Good morning to all of you. Welcome to the fourth plenary session of Engineers Conclave 2023. The fourth plenary talk is by Dr. R.B. Grover, Emeritus Professor, Homi Bhabha National Institute, Mumbai, and member, Atomic Energy Commission. The title of the talk is Clean, Green, and Developed India. And to chair the session, I request Dr. Tessie Thomas, former Project Director, Agni, and former Distinguished Scientist and Director General, Aeronautical Systems, DRDO, Bangalore, to please come onto the dais and chair the session. And I also invite Dr. R.B. Grover on the dais, please. Thank you very much. Dr. Tessie Thomas served as the Director General of Aeronautical Systems. She was previously the Project Director for the Agni 4 missile at the Defense Research and Development Organization. She pursued BTech from Government Engineering College, Thrissur, and an MTech from Institute of Armament Technology, Pune. She joined DRDO in 1988 and worked on design and development of new generation ballistic missile, Agni. In her work spanning more than 32 years, she contributed in various fields such as guidance, control, inertial navigation, trajectory simulation, and mission design. Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam appointed Dr. Thomas for the Agni project. She was the Associate Project Director of the 3000 kilometer range Agni 3 missile project. She was the Project Director for Mission Agni 4, which was successfully tested in the year 2011. She was appointed as the Project Director of the 5000 kilometer Agni 5 in 2009, which was successfully tested in the year 2012. As she is the first woman to lead the missile project in India, she is known as the Missile Woman of India. In 2018, she became the Director General of Aeronautical Systems of DRDO. She is recipient of the Lal Bahadur Shastri National Award in recognition of her efforts to keep India become independent in the field of missile technology. Dr. Tessie Thomas was also awarded Dr. Thomas Kangan Leadership Award in the year 2018. She is a fellow of INAE, I beg your pardon, a fellow of International, I beg your pardon. She is a fellow of INAE. She is a fellow of Telangana Academy of Sciences. She is fellow of Institute of Engineers India, senior member of IEEE, life member of Astronautical Society of India, life member of Aeronautical Society of India, life member of Indian National Society for Aerospace and Related Mechanisms, life member of Indian Society for Advancement of Materials and Processes in Engineering, life member of Society for Aerospace Quality and Reliability. And with this word of introduction, Madam, I hand over the session to you. I request Dr. Thomas to please conduct the session.
Yeah, very good morning to all of you. Today, I would like to welcome Dr. R.B. Grover, Emeritus Professor and Member Atomic Energy Commission, Homi Bhabha National Institute, to this topic on clean, green and developed India. To say a few things about his academic career, he did B Mechanical Engineering from 1970 and PhD Mechanical Engineering in 1982. The areas of main research work were nuclear reactor thermal hydraulics, process design and process safety analysis, design of the research reactor Dhruva and compact reactor design, energy studies with special reference to the nuclear energy, relationship between science and technology. These were his major contributions and research work. And awards and achievements, Lifetime Achievement Award from the Government of India in 2011, Padma Shri, Government of India in 2014. He is a Fellow of Indian National Academy of Engineering, Fellow of Maharashtra Academy of Science, and Fellow of World Academy of Art and Science. Sir, I welcome you to give us the plenary talk. Thank you.
Good morning and thank you, Chairperson, for kind introduction. The theme of one of the two themes of this particular conclave is the clean and green India, but I have made a slight change there. We do not want just clean and green, we also want clean, green and developed India. This is something which will become very clear as we proceed further with the talk. First, some observation. This is kind of a recapitulation of what has been talked about during the previous 2 days. Current levels of energy use underpin numerous existential threats, and the energy use has been increasing, particularly for the last 3 decades, and now really we are consuming very large amount of energy. When I talk to students about it, I give an example of 1 horsepower is 750 kilowatt uh, hour. And if you just light one incandescent bulb for 10 hours and consume how much of electricity and correlate, and ultimately you will come to know you are availing the services of 1 or 2 or 3 horses every day. Was that the situation ever? So I think you can do this small calculation and you will realize how much energy we are using as compared to what was the situation prior to 1700 or so. This has led to ecological crisis, something which has been the talk of this conclave right from the day one. Resource scarcity, highlighted by many speakers who are speaking on this particular theme. And this has also led to geopolitical instabilities, which are always catalyzed because of resource scarcity. The Gulf region has remained an unstable region for several decades because plenty of petroleum available there, and wherever there is a petroleum, all the powers, they want to control that area. The result is political instability. Despite all the threats, consumption of energy is increasing. It has been increasing for the last 3 decades, and it continues to increase to meet rising aspirations. Of course, this has been accompanied by immense improvements in energy efficiency, and energy efficiency has been improving right from the beginning of industrial revolution, both on the supply side and demand side. When I say supply side, I mean how we generate energy, and the demand side also, where we use energy. And this has boosted the productivity of the human race as a whole and enabled further growth. Growth has been continuing. Global energy use has been rising consistently, but there have been some hiccups in between. Whenever there's a financial crisis like the 2008 financial crisis, there was a small dip where it didn't increase in that year. During pandemic, same thing happened. But these kinds of crises, human race is able to overcome very fast and move on the same track of continued growth in energy use. Increased energy efficiency is also accompanied by the rebound effect, which economists analyze under the name of Givon's effect. And I think one speaker yesterday, speaking on theme 2, did speak about it. I think it was Bandyopadhyay when he was speaking on about decarbonizing of cooling of building. A rebound effect, whenever something becomes competitive, its usage increases because affordability is now better. I think a very simple example one can give that if you go back to 1970s, everyone was buying only 165 liters refrigerator, domestic refrigerator, and it used to consume 20 of units. Now consumption of refrigerators, electricity consumption has come down, significantly come down. A lot of improvement in efficiency has taken place, but all of us buy 350 liters, 450 liters. I do not know. Later on, there will be double door refrigerators that are still bigger and bigger. Same thing, incandescent lamps have been replaced now by LED lights. In any middle class home where there used to be one incandescent lamp in the drawing room, Now you see at least 6 or 7 embedded LED lights in the roof. So total wattage remains same as was earlier. So this is what rebound effect is. And one can see examples and examples of rebound effect continuing to happen. In many countries, they say these countries have been able to decouple growth from energy use, that they are able to grow without energy use. This is not the real situation. This is essentially because of accounting practices. What is accounted as the carbon use of a country is, supposing USA has started buying steel from China rather than manufacturing itself. The carbon footprint is being created in China, not in USA. And to say that it has decoupled energy use from growth is because of accounting practices. We are not accounting based on carbon footprint. We are accounting based on what is happening in that country. Even within India, I find that different states claim that they have been able to achieve high HDI with this much of energy usage, again resulting from accounting practices. The most notable example in India is that Kerala has been able to achieve a very high HDI with a very low energy consumption. But the ground reality is Kerala has no manufacturing. It buys all the manufactured goods from other states of the country. So energy is being consumed in states where the manufacturing is taking place, but it is for use in Kerala. 35% of Kerala's economy is because of remittances. Remittances, global level, even many Keralites are working outside. And net result is the energy is being consumed where that money is being earned. But if you see footprint-wise, this decoupling has not taken place, and that is why now there is a demand from European Union for CBAM, that carbon border adjustment mechanism. Whenever goods or services are imported or exported, one should also use the energy which is embedded in those producing those goods or providing those services in our accounting practices. This is a very important change which will happen. So energy use and growth, they have really not decoupled. It is because of faulty or erroneous accounting practices. This was not realized earlier. Now it is being realized, and it is being corrected also by introducing mechanism like CBAM. I think yesterday one speaker did mention it. And now there is a call for decarbonizing the economy. What will it look like? So let me first say that what is it which India is doing. On 3rd of August 2022, the Union Cabinet approved India's updated nationally determined contributions to be communicated to UNFCCC, and this has been communicated through a written document. And these are different from what was communicated by Prime Minister at Glasgow Summit. This is the formal communication, which is now with the UNFCCC. And one should go by this one, not by the other one. India now stands committed to reducing the emissions intensity of its GDP by 45% by 2030, as compared to the level which was there in 2005, and achieving about 50% cumulative electric power installed capacity from non-fossil based fuel by 2030. Now it is capacity, installed capacity, while Glasgow was energy use. And there's a difference between energy use and installed capacity, and difference is very, very significant. And the document also says that this update is a step toward achieving India's long-term goal of reaching net zero by 2070. The document doesn't say economy-wide. That is why these words are in brackets. It is economy-wide net zero. And we have been hearing about the fact that it is economy-wide by the previous speakers. For example, Dr. Debashish Bhattacharya from Tata Steel spoke about use of hydrogen in steel making. Professor Sonde talked about increased use of hydrogen. Then Professor Agarwal from IIT Kanpur spoke about using dimethyl ether and methanol in IC engines, and many covered decarbonization of the transport sector. So it's economy-wide decarbonization. This is what it is, but we should not say it's only with regard to energy, electricity generation. It is economy-wide, and we know that in economy we have been using carbon not only as a source of energy but also as a reducing agent. This distinction one must remember. We use syngas in fertilizer plant for the production of fertilizers. But one very good feature which has been taken care in this articulation is that these do not bind India to any sector-specific mitigation obligations or actions. This is a kind of overall term that, yes, we'll decarbonize by 2070. There are no sector-specific commitments. NDCs outline the concept of a mass movement for life, that is lifestyle for environment, as a key to combating climate change. This is very important and very necessary, but this is most difficult to achieve. Most difficult to achieve, very easy to articulate. For this, we have to start education right from the KG level. Tell every young one, why at KG level, right from the child is born, this message has to be given that we have to lead a lifestyle which is comfortable, but where we use minimum resources. Unless we start that kind of movement, nothing will move. And there is no action in that direction. Making announcements during flights or talking in conference halls like this will do nothing. It has to be education right from the beginning, then only this lifestyle change will happen. Carbon dioxide is just almost a repetition, is emitted by several human activities, energy services, industry, land use, agriculture. I think this is something which need not be explained to this. So when we say low carbon energy sources, currently what low carbon sources available at scale, there may be something at experimental level or at a lower level, but at scale we have hydro, nuclear, solar and wind. And all these sources provide electricity. So how to use these sources? The only way is we have to go in for electrification of all end uses and electrified substitutes wherever we were using carbon as a reducing agent. So that is why electrification will go, current electrification of economy in India is 20% of energy in the form of electricity. This has to go to 60%, 70% to that extent. And remaining, the only electrified substitute which we know today is hydrogen. Hydrogen also has to be produced by electricity, though some amount will come from bio-waste or some amount will come from municipal solid waste, but those amounts should be there, should be used, but those amounts are not significant. Energy services such as light duty transportation, that is motor cars and motorcycles, auto rickshaws, they can be electrified very easily. Space conditioning, unlike in the West where they use fossil fuels for heating, we use for space conditioning only air conditioners here. So they're already electrified. In the northern part of the country, for space conditioning, maybe some fossil fuels are used, but electrification there is very easy because in wind, the same split air conditioners can be used both for heating and cooling. And lighting also, but lighting has, I'll say, has already been electrified. We have to only invest capital. These are easy to electrify, but difficulties are in several other sectors where how to go in for elimination of carbon, that is aviation. There perhaps we have to rely on fuels like methanol and dimethyl ether. Long distance transport, shipping. In case of long distance transport and shipping, supposing we think in terms of using batteries, there the issue is the battery will occupy so much of space and so much of weight that the space available for charging revenue that will decrease to that extent. And today's technology is that says that this space reduces by as much as 40%. So this tells you that the regime in which we are. And this mandates that energy services, energy sources, which we use for these sectors, they should have high volumetric and gravimetric density. Then only we'll be able to make it economical. Production of carbon intensive materials such as steel and cement, there we have to use hydrogen in place of coal. And here the issue is going to be maintaining product quality. Science will tell you a chemistry equation can be written that Fe2O3 plus H2 will give you a reduced iron. But along with the science and technology, craft is always embedded in industry, where certain practices have evolved to get the right product quality. Now, when we use hydrogen, that new craft has to evolve, and it's not easy to evolve craft. It takes decades of experience by industry to evolve that kind of situation. And then another which is very important issue is going to be reliability of electric supply that meets varying demand. Solar and wind are intermittent sources, but we need electricity 24 hours as per pattern of usage to which we are accustomed to. So how do we provide that? There we have to think of adding either storage or hydrogen. They hold the key here. Now here I think if you talk to people working in the electricity sector, they will tell you in the past in India, whenever there was a shortage, their simple job was to switch off one feeder, blackout in that area, or load shedding as we call it. Load shedding was very frequent. But can we have load shedding now? Not possible. I think 2 years back or 1 year back, there was a statement from the concerned chief engineer in Gurugram area, which is a area where a lot of industry is there, IT is there, that he said we are able to provide electricity reliably on the average 23 hours a day. We are not looking for that kind of supply. Supplies we need all the 24 hours. And government of India has come up with resource adequacy norms to enforce this only a few months back. They are only at the draft stage. I think they are still to be issued. And electricity being on the concurrent list, the states agreeing to that, we have a long way to go. Otherwise, it will continue to be that whenever there is short supply, switch off one feeder. That particular area will be in darkness. Fossil fuels cannot be eliminated. This is the message of some of the earlier speakers as well. So any residual emissions will have to be handled by carbon capture, use, and sequestration. Use is fine, there are no difficulty. In sequestration, there are going to be difficulties. Already, people have started evaluating risks which will, from any CO2 which has been sequestered in an underground formation from leaking into atmosphere. And lawyers are looking at liability. Who will be responsible for that liability? In nuclear field, liability regime has developed over a long time. And we will see emergence of a new liability regime when sequestration starts. And already people are grappling with the various ideas on this. So now this is very important composite diagram, but my job has been made easy by previous speakers. As I said that speakers have talked about use of hydrogen, use of alcohol, use of ethers, dimethyl, and electrification of transport. And when we talk of decarbonized India in 2070, what it will look like. Here in the top is energy generation. Generation mix for electricity supply through load dispatch center, nuclear power plants, fossil fuel plants with carbon capture. Here we have variable units like solar PV, biomass plants, wind turbines will be there, large hydro, all these will be this will be one area on generation. Then we have storage facilities, water electrolysis plant with hydrogen storage and batteries, storage by batteries or pumped hydro or thermal storage, compressed air storage areas will be there, and they will ensure, provide flexibility to the system. Then hydrogen which is generated in electrolysis will come to industry here, and it can be direct use as feedstock and also for chemical production. This will be another block. And then captured CO2 supply will be to industries for chemicals. When we want to make methanol, when we want to make dimethyl ether, that captured CO2 will come mixed with the hydrogen and we'll get chemicals out of it. So system will become this complex, and when we talk of optimization, we talk of changing to a new system, we'll have to optimize this entire system because there are linkages in this system here. So we have to, research has to be there in new technologies, and research also has to be there in system integration. System integration is going to become very important because now this system is, complexity of the system is increasing as we proceed forward. And when a new technology comes, supposing tomorrow we have a hyperloop, what will happen to short distance aviation? Short distance aviation may not be there. Once we have an efficient hyperloop or a bullet train, people will prefer to travel by those trains. So this system integration will have to be involved not only scientists and engineers, it also has to involve economists, bankers, and insurance industry is also going to change as we proceed further because of this. So magnitude of zero carbon by 2070 is not, has to be guided not only by scientists and technologists, but by almost all the professionals as we proceed further. Sociologists also will play a role here because there will be large scale job changes. What will happen to the psychology of those people who become jobless, say in the coal mining belt? They have to be retrained. This will, all this also needs to be handled as we proceed further. So I think now let us see, when we are talking of zero carbon by 2070, what is it means? How much electricity we are going to need in 2070? Well, there are various methods to estimate it. I have tried to follow a top-down approach. Here in this graph, x-axis is final energy consumption, y-axis is human development index. This is for India from 2010 to 2019. And you find it's a linear correlation. As final energy consumption is increasing, so is HDI. So from this, we move to this graph. This is data for 2019. Y-axis, Human Development Index. X-axis, FEC. The green dot is India now. That is 19.3 gigajoules per capita per year and HDI of 0.645. And those red dot above 0.9, if you analyze that, if we think that we have to become a developed country at the same time when we decarbonize, that means per capita energy consumption has to go from the current level of 19.3 to 75. So this is 75. So this red dots, all the, but for this one dot, I'll come to this later. No country has been able to achieve HDI as high as 0.9 unless it is consuming 75 gigajoules per capita. This outlier is Hong Kong. Hong Kong derives all its income from financial services. And that cannot be the model for a country like us, where we need agriculture, where we need manufacturing, where we need services. We need all the things. So we have to discard this point and we need this 75. Now here there is very interesting thing. You will find reports from foreign consultants and they will give energy estimates which are very low. It's very simple to come up with low estimates. Say India will achieve only HDI of 0.7 or 0.8. To that extent, energy use will come down. So it is for us to decide what HDI we want. If we think in terms of 0.8, we will be something like 45 only. Because we are currently in the linear portion, but once we reach at 0.8, we will not be in the linear portion. The curve is taking a turn there. So when you see, about 2 weeks back, there was a report from Deloitte. They have given energy estimates. They have not given at what the HDI they have come up to. When I myself did the details, I found they have used the HDI of less than 0.8. It is very easy to come up with that estimate, and many foreign consultants, foreign NGOs, and international agencies are doing it, making projections for India where they want to cap India's HDI. They don't say that anywhere in the report, but one can read between the lines. So estimating, so from where do we go? To reach net zero electrification is the way forward. Business as usual implies that India becomes a developed country on the basis of 75 gigajoules per capita per annum. And this translates to, if we now translate to electricity term, multiplied by population, 31,275 terawatt hour per annum. So now one can develop scenarios. This is what we did in our calculations. You assume efficiency improvements for which some data is available. Moment efficiency of end use improves, this number will go down. Assume efficiency improvements in generation of hydrogen, there also it will go down, and one expects significant efficiency improvements as you proceed further. Then you manufacturing solar cells in India. Currently we are importing them. That will mean we have to, more electricity is needed, having large data center. I'm just giving 2 examples because of which electricity consumption will increase. I think then we developed various scenarios. This number of 31,000 reduces to about 23 to 27 for various scenarios. There are 4 scenarios which have been developed. Reference of the paper is given here above. This translates to per annum 15,000 to 18,000 kilowatt hour per capita per annum. One can choose a benchmark in this range. For the sake of argument purpose, later I chose 16,000 kilowatt hour per capita per annum, and thinking of what population we'll have for which estimates are available from various documents, this translates to 24,000 terawatt hour per annum of total generation for the country. A part of it will be used by electricity and the part to produce hydrogen. A fraction of hydrogen may be produced by biomass and solid waste, and to that extent this number will come down, but no precise estimates are available. But those whatever estimates are there, that looks like that amount will be spread out, easily available, but amount will not be very high. But this doesn't mean we should not use it. We should use it. Some important data before we proceed further. Total primary energy usage in 2020 was around 789,631 tons of oil equivalent. In electricity terms, it comes to 9183 terawatt hour. This is just a unit change. Primary energy supply. And final energy consumption, because in many areas from primary energy to electricity conversion, the factor efficiency of 33% is involved. It comes to 6,204 terawatt hour. A share of electricity in the final energy consumption for 2021 was 20.8%. 20.9%. Net zero would require a massive shift to electrification of end-use services, and share of electricity services is going to rise. I think just to give an idea, this is the Sankey diagram for final energy consumption for the year 21-22. This document is very useful, Energy Statistics 2023. This is published by Government of India every year in the month of March or April. This gives a lot of data in a precise way, and this is the one which one should refer to rather than any. This is available a free download. So total consumption is this much, out of which electricity is only, I cannot read it here, where is electricity here? Okay, electricity is a very small amount. So this, all the end uses, whether they are iron and steel industry, chemical industry, non-specific industry sector, then transport, then residential. Residential is very less here. Like that, various is given. So various services have to be provided by this total energy. So services that cannot be electrified, they have to depend on hydrogen. Just I'm repeating what I've said earlier, and which can be produced by electrolysis. There are other processes for producing hydrogen on lab scale, but we have yet to see them on scale. Electrolyzer is, they are well established, easily available technology. How we have been growing in the past, 10 years, 12, 13 to 21, 22, for which data is available, CAGR was 5%. Generation in 21-22 was 1720 terawatt hour, 1485 by utilities and 235 by captive power plant. 22-23, it was of the order of 1860 because data for utility is available. For captive power plant is still not available in government documents. So this is exhibiting a higher growth now because effect of pandemic has waned out. So if we continue to grow at 5%, we can definitely move from this current level of 1720 to what 24,000 terawatt hour, which I have said for next 5 decades, we have continued to grow at 5% CAGR. And demand continues to grow. Peak demand this summer was 240 gigawatt, and as per CE estimate, it will be 256 gigawatt next summer, and similar rise in energy usage. And this I've already said, many have given lower forecasts for this target because they are using HDI of 0.8 or still lower, which at least I will not like to use that. Our aim should be high. If we not in 2060 or 2070, 2080, we'll reach there, but we should know the magnitude of the problem before us. So we have to, how do we go about it? We have to develop all low carbon technologies based on a framework that is technology agnostic. We should lay down scientific parameters, and that is how we have to proceed further. The total energy required in India is very large, and potential of renewable sources is limited. So let me go to this hyperlink. When we talk about alternate sources, there is one fact we should note down. India is a populous country with a very high density of population. India is 428. Canada is 4 people per square kilometer. Russia, Argentina 16, Brazil 25. And very often example of Brazil is given how they are able to use biomass and grow energy crops to produce methanol. While we should do that, but we should also be cognizant of the fact that we are a populous country. We need to provide food grains to our people. And this, the conflict between food crops and energy crops that can arise if we divert too much of land area to energy crops, can lead to instabilities in the country. I think, so with regard to energy crops and their potential, this particular table one must remember, and while we should learn from other countries, but with this caveat that food crops will remain important for us. So in one particular analysis, which was published in Current Science way back in 2012, Professor Sukhatme gave an estimate uh, what is the maximum potential possible of renewable energy sources. He looked at all possible sources, very nice analysis. He says it will range from 1800 to about 6000 billion kilowatt hour. When we need 24,000 kilowatt hour, where from the balance will come? So this is something which we have to definitely remember by thinking only of solar and wind. We have to think beyond solar and wind just because of these reasons. India will have to use all low carbon sources and develop a policy framework that is technology agnostic. There should be a level playing field for all low carbon technology in terms of purchase obligations, in terms of availability of low cost finance, and now green taxonomies are being developed to the financial sector. The framework developed by them should be technology agnostics and also transmission and distribution charges. By selectively giving waivers for transmission and distribution charges, we are doing a harm to the further growth of the country. So all technologies has to be nurtured that can make a contribution to the goal of economy-wide decarbonization. All processes aimed at power-to-power conversion, such as from electricity to hydrogen and hydrogen to electricity, they will have less than 100% efficiency. So we should minimize this conversion chain. It should be as short as possible. A part of it, a part of 24,000 will be used as electricity and a part to produce hydrogen. And this is something which we have to, hydrogen is something which we have to take care. Now, just coming towards the end of the talk, we have developed nuclear technologies in the country. Current installed capacity is 7,480 megawatts. And the first 700 megawatt pressurized heavy water reactor unit is already working. It has been declared commercial in June 2023. And 15 are at various stages of construction and planning. Uranium is now available from the international market after 2008 for reactors which are under IAEA safeguards. Our policy is to close the fuel cycle, and towards that end, recycling technologies, reprocessing has been developed and our plants are working well. A prototype fast breeder reactor is under commissioning, and in addition to that, Kudankulam 3 to 6 are also under construction. So we have to pay due attention to system integration. What I mean by system integration? Earlier, we were talking about electricity. One used to think of only generating station, transformer, transmission line, and this only looking at this in isolation. And here we have to remember the cost at generation end is different from the cost at the consumer end, because there's a lot which lies in between. What lies in between has now role has magnified because intermittent sources has to be accommodated. When solar comes in, coal has to go down. But we have already sunk cost in setting up those solar plants. That's going to influence tariff. And this is resulting in renewable sources are variable, they are uncertain, they are location constrained, they are non-synchronous. This is important. A synchronous source where we have a rotating inertia that helps in tiding over small fluctuation. In case of a non-synchronous source, additional devices have to be built up to replace what was being provided by rotating inertia. And they are modular and they are very low variable costs. And here I think this is generation cost, then we have profile cost, then we have balancing cost, grid losses, something can be done to system finally. This is what is there from renewable energy, and finally they will end up like this. That additional cost has to be provided by somebody. And this is the system, we have to now optimize this entire system, not the one which we were earlier doing. uh, we have to look at every component of the system where various processes have been developed at lab scale, implementing them on a large scale and getting the right quality of the product needs what is called as combinatorial evolution. So many things have to evolve together as we proceed further. Several changes have to come together before a new technology gets
So
established.
we should conclude so that we can take up some
Yeah,
questions.
okay. I think example I'll give is James steam watt engine was developed in 1760, but large scale steam power came in only 1820. This is very well written in the book Brian Arthur, The Nature of Technology, published only in 2009. In the recent years, we have seen some acceleration, particularly development of vaccines in COVID, after COVID, but there's a lot which will be required as we proceed further. Okay. Uh, Then system integration, then we also have to have engineers paying attention to economics and economics paying attention to biophysical constraints. I will not go into the details since time is running out. Biophysical constraint means that they also have to look at second law of thermodynamics. Economists are not looking at biophysical constraints and second law of thermodynamics, which is very important as we move towards for energy. Uh, for example, when we say system integration, one can use electrolyzers to serve the objectives of shaping demand, thereby avoiding curtailing solar and wind, and also operating nuclear power at steady power, and energy storage, and providing hydrogen for myriad of uses, which are now being talked about, and various routes for electricity to hydrogen conversions are now fully developed, and we have to formulate policies based on long-term perspective. Total potential of renewable energy sources in India is not sufficient. Cost at consumer end is different from the cost at the generator end, and this is something which is in a very recent paper from CEA is giving that they have done a very recent estimate published only in June 23 that minimum they can have considering realistic profile of solar and wind is Maharashtra tariff 5.81. And this 5.81 doesn't account for dark doldrums. Dark doldrums means continuous bad weather. In Hindi, we call it in North India, those who are North India, posh ki jhadi, is several days together when sun cannot be seen. Conduct system-wide analysis to minimize costs, encourage implementation of energy efficiency measures in all sectors, provide level playing field, and India faces an energy security challenge and must nurture and encourage localization also of all technologies which are likely to make a contribution towards zero carbon. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Grover, for enlightening us on the topic clean and green energy. We're estimating minimal energy required for transiting to net zero for a developed India. He explained us with some of the important data of utility of energy by like 5% increase year by year. We need to take steps like research in new technologies for electricity generation and optimal use of the electricity consumption, research in systems integration, then new technologies for the hydrogen based energy sources and carbon dioxide capturing so that residual emissions are reduced. Thank you, sir. The forum is now open for any questions.
Yes, Dr.
I'm just curious to know the far right dot on that energy consumption and HDI. It was almost at 300. And what is your comment on that
I
dot?
think
And it's still at 0.85.
yes, there are certain countries where weather is very hostile,
Okay.
like Iceland. they will have a different kind of requirement of
So
energy.
it is Iceland probably.
I do not know which country that is, extreme country, but in those countries, I don't remember that.
Yeah, fine.
This plot was made 2 years back
Next
or 3.
question is, we are all fairly confident of what is the scene that is coming on energy generation, but what are the disruptive technologies that are on the horizon for carbon capture, and what will be their impact?
Carbon capture is something on which intensive research has to be done, and carbon capture and use is definitely desirable. If we can produce alcohols or dimethyl ethers using carbon capture, we should do that. And here there's a big role which has to be played by research laboratories, particularly chemists and chemical engineers in moving forward. Carbon capture and sequestration, I personally have my doubts. Essentially, even in industry, where whatever we are using, those gases which can cause climate change, there are fugitive emissions which we are not able to control. When we go for large-scale carbon dioxide sequestration underground in rock formations, supposing something happens that leaks out, who will be responsible for that? What kind of safety regulations will evolve? What kind of liability regime will evolve? What are the risks associated of a sudden large carbon dioxide release from a formation, rock formation where carbon dioxide has been stored? These are unanswered questions at this stage. But carbon dioxide capture and use, yes, we should definitely have intensify research in that area and move ahead.
Dr. Grover, you talked about electricity tariff for renewable energy, and you gave the statistics of Gujarat, Tamil Nadu, and Maharashtra. Actually, our plant, we have reached now 46% we are using renewable energy. It is almost 10% cheaper than the normal grid. And there was a policy, you can't go beyond 50%. So we had approached Gujarat government. 2 days back, now they have allowed to increase it to 100%. So actually the current reality, even with OPEX model, if you go with CAPEX model, it is even further saving. So I would say that storage, what is stopped, I think the way climatic conditions are, it's not to the extent what is required because we are operating 24/7. There are no disruptions.
I think to answer this question, I have to go in some detail. This was the load curve we were having prior to 2015 or so. There used to be a morning peak, there used to be an evening peak invariably higher than the morning peak. What we have now. The reference also is given here. This is from Government of India uploads this data now on a daily basis, and this is available on International Energy Agency website. 3 curves here. The blue curve is from 23rd September 2021, then red curve from 5th January 2022, and the next curve, green curve on 8th June 2022. You see how use of air conditioners has increased, and the peak here is 210. This year it was 240. Next year it will be 256. Now you are trying to say that renewables are available during the day here, but if you see here, in this 1 year period from mid 21 to mid 22, minimum is from 120 to 210. This is the kind of variability which we are having in the load profile. Now we have to provide load without any curtailment of solar and wind. That without storage, what will happen? So integrating renewables up to 20% is easy. In all countries, the moment they go beyond 20%, all these issues of grid stability, storage, they come in. I think this was a limited lecture. I cannot give more detail. Coming to your specific case, you are connected to the grid. If any day solar or wind is not available, you will always get from the grid. You do not have to provide for storage for what the English literature says dark rolled drums. So moment you do that, then you say you cannot afford to go without business if there is a dark weather कि आज छुट्टी कर दो, वो नहीं हो सकता. So moment you provide for that, then the situation comes. I think I have that curve here. This is a data analysis from a MIT. First appeared in the by Sepulveda PhD thesis in 2016, and it has been further elaborated further here. You see here, explaining this graph will take me some time. Here there is a carbon emission constraint, and here it is decarbonization scenario. On this end is only VRE, on this end is nuclear plus VRE. Carbon constraint 400, 300, 200, 150, 15, 1. If you keep carbon constraint from electricity generation as 1 gram per kilowatt hour of emission, then if we are nuclear plus VRE, tariff is like this here, that the lowest 50 to 75. As we move forward, then as VRE penetration increases, it climbs up. And here it is 300 to 320. See the ratio, lowest here and highest here. And this has been reproduced in detail in publications of Nuclear Energy Agency of OECD in 2022. I have copied it from this agency's diagram, and this particular diagram was discussed a lot in various side events in the Glasgow Summit.
Sir, because of our time constraint, I think this topic is really interesting to each one of us. And since we all have to walk to net zero by 2027, that keeping that in mind, I think you can interact with Dr. Grover in depth whenever it permits. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, and may I request session chair to please present a memento to the plenary speaker. Thank you. May I now request Dr. P.S. Goel, former President INAE, to present the memento to our session chair, Dr. Tessie Thomas. A brief about rest of the program for today. After this, immediately we will have a panel discussion on theme 1. Dr. K.N. Vyas will be the chair of this session. Then we'll break for tea, and after tea we'll assemble here again for panel discussion on theme 2 of this conclave. Dr. P.S. Goel, past president INAE, will be the session chair of this session. And just after the panel discussion 2, we will have the valedictory session to bring out the recommendations for respective themes. Dr. B.N. Suresh, former president INAE, will be the chair of this session. And Shri Anil V. Parab, Full-Time Director and Senior Vice President, Larsen and Toubro Limited, Heavy Engineering and L&T Walls, shall be the guest of honor. So now, with this, let's commence our panel discussion 1 on theme 1. The first theme of the conclave was laser technologies for emerging engineering challenges, wherein we have had 4 technical sessions that included 15 very informative presentations, each followed by very lively interactions. For chairing the panel discussion, I request Dr. K.N. Vyas, former Secretary, Atomic Energy Commission, and former Chairman, Atomic Energy Commission, and Secretary, Department of Atomic Energy, to please come onto the dais. And I also request Professor Manna, President, INE, to accompany, please. And our panelists are Dr. Pradeep, former Vice President, INAE, and former Vice President TCS, Tata Research Development and Design Center, a division of Tata Consultancy Services, Pune. Dr. Tessie Thomas, former Distinguished Scientist and Director General, Aeronautical Systems, DRDO, Bangalore. Welcome, sir. Shri Rajesh Arya, Outstanding Scientist, Associate Director, Laser Group of RRCAT, and Dr. Sunil Verma, Head Biomedical and Characterization Lab, Laser Biomedical Application Division of RRCAT. Dr. Sunil and Shri Arya, please come on. Okay. I now hand over the session to the session chair, Dr. K.N. Vyas, and I invite him to beginning the proceedings.
Thank you very much. I must make one confession that I readily agreed to Professor Manna's invitation. I had seen only part of the program. I never knew that I'll be asked to speak about the topic for which I have very little knowledge base. But it had an advantage. I sat through all the sessions, all the presentation, and it really made me understand few of the aspects. What I will do is I'll request specific session chair to make specific recommendation. I would like to give an overall idea what I have formed. So the basic summary, in case if some of the colleagues present here were not present, there were primarily 4 sessions. I'll just name them one after the other. Laser material processing techniques. The other one was role of lasers in defense technologies. Third one was laser additive manufacturing. And fourth one was laser applications in high-end technology. Very ably conducted by Dr. Kamachi Mudli, Dr. Pradeep, Dr. Shashank Chaturvedi and Dr. Tessie Thomas, and it was followed by a plenary talk by Dr. Nakhe subsequently, which indicated, I would say, struggles and successes of RRK. There was a overall, I would say, his journey, historical journey, which he helped us to understand. Grossly, I would like to say that laser technology has huge potential. The very large, I would say, set of people indicated that some of them are MSMEs. Even Mr. Parab, who is heading a very large unit, he also indicated. Other thing is, many users have used this particular technology and they have found success. And this is another reason as to why the laser technology should penetrate in whatever fields available, as they say, telecommunication, medical, industrial uses, and manufacturing. So I have identified four major, I would say, set of people who can help. The first one is educational institute, second one is R&D labs, third one is industry, and fourth is government. I would like to give my submission to the August gathering, how I would like this work to be taken up further. First, we come to educational institute. The idea is somehow more and more universities should get knowledge about the possibilities which are there. I must admit, in many a times, KNVAS included, I am more interested in having a free lunch rather than really getting inspired by the talks of excellent people. But even 1% of the person, if they feel, they will ultimately go to the industry and then they will try to take it up further. So I feel when it comes to institutes, we should try to approach universities and have maybe one day or half a day seminar, and then try to see as to how this laser technologies can be made popular. Other, I would like to suggest about educational institute. I would like to include the professional body like INE also as a part of the education system, wherein INE can request some of the specialists in laser technology to make, I would say, popular books or some simple books which shows what are the possibilities of what are the possibilities that exist as on today by using laser technology. It will also provide a very great amount of educational background. I'll come to this R&D lab, even though I had mentioned it as a second priority, but I'll come to that later on. I come to industry. My request to all industry is that we have to go for indigenization, try to evaluate whatever technologies are available indigenously, whether they are suitable or not. And if they are not suitable, request the, I would say, industry to improve the technology so that ultimately they find it useful. So my request is that industry should try to invest something. The idea which we had few years back that government of India will give 50 crore to RRCAT and they will be able to put up laser additive manufacturing machine. I think those days are over. So it's not going to happen. So I would request industry to have interaction with the set of people who are involved in development. Do some investment. I'm not telling they should do 100% investment. The R&D lab should have a fair amount of stake, but have some investment. As a result of that, this will spread further. Other thing is, and now I come to R&D laboratory. In R&D lab, I'm segregating to two parts. One is say laboratory like RRCAT who are into manufacturing. They understand the basic engineering of lasers, and another set is laboratory like I would say TIFR or the type of discussion which Dr. Senthil Raja gave for the high-end work which is going to be done using the lasers. I have two requests one request to each of them. Number one, the engineering discipline people, they could be material science persons or they could be electronics person who make power supplies and so on. They should try to miniaturize the systems to the extent possible, interact with industry to make sure that the whatever system that we are making, they are I mean they can be utilized in real engineering field or on shop floors. And other aspect I would like to suggest, like if TIFR is importing a femtosecond laser, they should try to invite during the stage of commissioning the experts from defense or experts from RRCAT who understand the finer points of the technology, so that they can pick up a few points and which can result into improvement of the systems which we are trying to make indigenously. So this is one suggestion. I come last to the government. Uh, Government, I personally do not have too many hopes with from government. Primarily, I don't think laser is a very small field, and it is not going to be, I would say, it's not going to be serving a large number of sets of say, society at large. My request for, I would say, if INA can take it up, we can request government of India and state governments to fund part of the industrial estate region wherein some of the laser applications or laser additive manufacturing, we are able to set up some shop floors there, and the local industry, for example, in Indore also we may have an industrial estate. If they are into engineering sciences, and they can utilize this type of facility, there should be at least one job shop type of a thing. It can be done at Pune, it can be done at Bangalore, wherever there is, I would say there is this type of facility not available. Maybe in Bangalore, Wipro 3D is there, so there is no point in creating an unnecessary competition there. Lastly, I would like to indicate that, I mean, this is what I used to do after the examination over. There are some subjects I am reasonably sure that I will pass. So I used to keep those books there. Somewhere I used to feel that maybe I may not be able to clear, I may need those books after 6 months. I used to keep them in a different day. So my request to RRCAT is, this is just the beginning. I would request that I agree to what Dr. Goel had told on that day, that RRCAT is the set of people who have maximum understanding, they have maximum at stake. So my request to Director RRCAT is, every year, one day between 5th, 6th and 7th October, they decide and recap as to we did something on in 2023. What is it that we are going to do in 2024? At least one day, my request is take out for thinking as to what best can be done. Fine. So in short, I feel the idea is to collaborate and then only, I mean, unless there is a collaboration between academic institute who can provide education, who can provide newer standards for acceptance, and ultimately labs, and finally industry, it will not go to public as is desired by the academy. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for providing the bird's eye view. And in the nutshell, what in your view can be done, and on the 4 institutes and sectors that we have. So we have some portable mics also there, and if someone wants to get that, so that we can continue with the panel discussion as suggested by Rasar.
Do I? Okay.
Anyway,
Thank you, and very good morning to all of you. Incidentally, laser is one of the research directions which I have pursued for quite some time. So obviously I have some knowledge about this particular field. 1960 was when Theodor Neumann first announced the successful firing of laser. 1963, the first CO2 laser was demonstrated by an Indian, but from Bell Labs, of course, C.K.N. Patel. Now, we have come a long way in last 6 decades from initial curiosity to actually employing laser for multiple applications. Now, if I may divide into 2 major groups, low power and high power. By low power, I mean which are not necessarily capable of damaging, but can be used because of the monochromaticity and coherence, can be used for various physical experiments and characterization as a characterization tool. So that's one area where the physicists, chemists use for various applications. But majority of the presentations that took place in the last couple of days in this engineers conclave were related to application of high power lasers for various kinds of materials processing. Of course, I did see a few very good presentations. I think one from TIFR on characterization, one from IIT Bombay also, and on different aspects. I would straight away go into one of the comments Mr. Vyas just now made, and that's absolutely the right direction. Gone are the days when we can continue to expect that government is going to invest and create facilities for us. Laser application, particularly laser-assisted material processing, is an area where immediate job shops or small enterprises can be created if someone invests in creating the main node. So in fact, you actually can, through the fiber, you actually can have the primary beam generator at one place, and using the same node, you can actually distribute to multiple job stations. I've seen it myself, not now, more than a decade ago, a similar facility existing under the Fraunhofer in Germany, where they actually could distribute to 6 different stations, doing cutting, doing welding, doing various ablation activities, deposition, and so on. The biggest advantage of using laser as a tool for material processing is that you are essentially talking about only 2 independent process parameters. The power density on one hand, and the interaction time on the other hand, whether it's pulsed or continuous. So using only these 2 process parameters, you can do anything from ablation, vapor-based, vaporization-based, or going into the gaseous state, to liquefaction, to solid-state processing. And all materials. When I say all materials, I actually mean entire spectrum of engineering solids, be it covalently bonded or ionically bonded or metallically bonded. So there's enormous process, and if you have followed some of the presentations, for example, Kiran from Skyroot, he basically, I mean, they're in the business not just yesterday, for several years, and they have developed components which are part of ISRO's rockets. They've supplied and they're continuing to supply. I know there are multiple job shops in Surat where they have been using laser for decades for diamond processing. Now, one of the biggest contribution of RRCAT is to try and integrate the laser community in the country. In fact, I myself am a member of the Indian Laser Association, and I've been part of it for many years, probably since inception. Incidentally, I also had the privilege of seeing the laser facility in its right from inception, in its very formative days, when Dr. Bhavalkar used to be the director of this institution. And I've seen the big CO2 chamber for producing lasers. We haven't been able to integrate the laser community in the country well. And in fact, Dr. Nakhe, this is my request to you. We have to do, we can do a lot. And if that happens, then the laser processing community will actually the total force is distributed in academic institutions, R&D institutions, and a number of industries, small enterprises. And many of these industries actually are doing a good amount of business, but we haven't been able to integrate them well. So we have a lot of strength in the country, but we don't quite know what is our total strength. So I think I'll stop here for the time being. There's enormous scope of not just research, directly implementing into components. I'll just end saying making one other comment about the most exciting field that's emerging, which is additive manufacturing. Now, additive manufacturing is an area which has again become a buzzword like nanostructured or nanometric materials. Everybody is looking at the adjective part, the noun remains the same. We tend to forget that. So additive manufacturing is nothing but a logical extension of overlay, be it for welding or cladding or anything. The basic difference is that when you pour or when you allow vapor state substance to come and deposit and make a film or make a component, the entire thing happens in over a period of time, but in one single operation. Additive manufacturing is a process which essentially is a droplet integration. So you go droplet by droplet and create a component of finite size. So there the entire thermodynamics and process involved is different than normal equilibrium processing. It carries enormous potential just because of this droplet integration process. So I actually can build as big as a ship if I really have that provision, that stage. Now that's an area which is often projected, but I saw some examples. I used to believe that this is possible only with polymers. Now with metals, people have reached large sizes, fairly large components. So, but what is not known is this is an emerging field. Components have been deployed maybe a few years ago, not a decade ago. We don't know what is the performance of them in long-term use. What about the fatigue and creep properties of those structural components which are being used? So there we get a lot of opportunities of doing modeling and simulation and even practical experimentation to create data. There was a suggestion in one of the presentations, and I fully agree that we don't have standard procedure or handbook, data handbook of which is available for other processing routes, because we have to remember this is either a metastable or at times even an unstable configuration we are talking about, and not unstable really to that matter. I'm saying far away from equilibrium. So enormous scope in this, and I was one of those who proposed this topic for this engineers conclave, and I see we were definitely correct in choosing this particular field, and it cannot be held at any other better place than RRCAT. So I would like to congratulate all those who presented. I couldn't cover all of them, but quite a good number of them. Very exciting presentation. The country is doing well. There are at least a dozen academic institutions who are involved, academic and R&D institutions, but the most exciting fact is that there are enterprises who are showing products. So it is no longer a possibility, it is happening already in the country. Thank you very much. No, I'll leave it.
Speak about this.
From the audience, if there are. Yeah. Right. So then we go to session.
So we can.
Dr. Pradeep, yeah. First session.
Good morning to all, and thank you, Professor Manna and Dr. Vyas. I'll summarize. Actually, this session on laser materials processing technique, it was chaired by Professor U. Kamachi Mudli, Vice Chancellor of Homi Bhabha National Institute. Since he is not available today, I am representing him and I will be summarizing what the deliberations and what are the recommendations specific of this particular session. In this session, as Professor Manna has already pointed out, that laser materials processing is now a very vibrant field, and this work is all over spread in different labs, R&D labs, academic institutes, and also industry throughout the country. So the speakers in this session were basically representing academia, national labs, as well as industry. So the first speaker was Dr. Naga Hanumaya, Director of CM. Pardon? Okay. So after the deliberations, 4 deliberations in this session, the specific recommendations are that there has to be a sustained long-term funding is required in this particular field, and that funding is specifically for academia as well as industry. So industry also is looking for funding to sort of take forward what are the challenges that academia is facing and how to sort of solve. So that handshaking as well as funding they are requesting. Since second thing is specifically it came from academia, Professor Jyotsna Datta Majumdar. She was expecting that there should be some sensitization workshops on application of laser directed energy deposition techniques for replacement of conventional processing techniques, and specifically for defense and aerospace types of application, there should be some sensitization workshops, which should be taken up by the INA. Through INA, I mean, government should sort of help it in that. Third one was development of materials for strategic sector. That is what I said, aerospace, nuclear, and defense sector. And specifically, LAM is the technique which they were saying that LAM should be used, and there should be focused funding from government sectors in these areas, specifically these strategic sectors, because not many people would be sort of funding these strategic sectors, because these are not open to in that way to all. Fourth is government. In fact, there were speakers from RRCAT. In fact, he sort of suggested that Nd:YAG laser and fiber laser components, especially Nd:YAG rods, flash lamps, optical fiber, laser diodes, fiber components, this should be fabricated in India. Right now, there is nobody who is fabricating these techniques. Everything is being imported. So this was a very specific demand, and I think laser materials processing fraternity will not be sort of going very much forward if we are not able to manufacture these things within India. So this was very specific recommendation which has come out. And then specific recommendation which came from Dr. Brahmanand Upadhyay, because he has deployed these Nd:YAG lasers for nuclear applications. So right now, what he feels is that high power lasers, specifically up to 10 kilowatt power, should be developed indigenously to cater to the needs of large depth cutting and welding of nuclear installations, whatever work is being done in nuclear reactors. And then some specific more recommendations for laser pinning systems with fiber optic delivery system for reactor internals should also be developed. And finally, for decontamination purposes, laser cleaning tools also needs to be developed. So these were the 7 specific as well as broad recommendations which this session would like to make to the INA, and then through that them to the government. Yeah. Yeah, your suggestion is well taken, sir, and I think we will.
Okay. So taking clue from Dr. Goyal and all discussion right now, there were very eminent speakers in our session, and it was role of lasers for defense technology. The impression I have, and now I will articulate my thing instead of just going into details, because all those recommendations are there. So basically, question is, there is a lot of expertise available within the country. There are both academia as well as in the industry, like L&T Defense has done a lot of work. So the question now is the next stage. And my suggestion is to the panel and to all the audience that we should identify 2-3 challenge problems. Like defense, it is very much possible. And we involve the experts who are in that area. That means we start from the problem and we define how to solve that problem. And in the process, we may come up with some surprises, gap areas. We may think, like for example, fiber lasers, diode lasers. There is no indigenous development of laser sources. So all these challenges, once we start from a particular problem and what kind of gap areas are there, then we can come out with a plan of action which will be very specific, as has been talked about. Because the impression I have is like our presentations were also very general, because they are trying to articulate that how that space is created for laser-based technologies, laser-based things. But unless we go into specific details, we will not be able to see where the problems are. So my suggestion would be to formulate, it can be a smaller group or whatever, for defense technologies, that these are the 2 challenge problems and a finite time we have to solve. Because with my experience in solving industrial problems, there is no end point in engineering. We can come up with version 1, version 2, something else can be improved, and so on and so forth. But we should make a beginning, and I feel with this workshop, there is a lot of deliberations have been done, but we can come out with a specific problems, specific expertise, and if some gap areas are there, how to fill those gaps. That is my suggestion, instead of going into all this. But one thing I definitely felt that which is doable, to develop laser sources within the country. I mean, I'm not an expert, but that was pointed out, very important. And high power lasers for defense applications is an immediate necessity. So how we do it, and large volume production of fiber laser, diode lasers, and so on and so forth. And additive manufacturing, anyway, it has been already discussed. Thank you.
Yes, sir. The third session was, yes, sir. Third session was on laser additive manufacturing. The session chair was Dr. Shashank Chaturvedi, and just after the deliberations, we had discussed and jotted down some of the points which are in terms of challenges and also the recommendations. So I would like to sum up those points which we discussed with him and noted. Actually, yeah, what was the point was, he was of the opinion that sizable efforts should be made by industries, R&D institutes, academia, with the support of government for the points which I will be now putting up. The first point was like the powder and wire material, which is the raw material for the LAM. They are not available in India. And there should be some efforts should be made so that they become available in India. Apart from this, the setup for the LAM units at present are for small size components, medium size components rather. So there should be an effort to make manufacturing for large size components of the order of 1 meter by 1 meter kind of thing. And also the miniature components like micro components which are used in aerospace and other things. Apart from this, he also pointed out like for aerospace, some standards should be made with respect to quality, reliability and repeatability, because aerospace components, just development will not do. We have to standardize the process and also the testing procedures. Apart from this, he also mentioned like national skill development workshops, programs should be organized by INI and also the other such engineering like R&D institutes and academia, so that the overall manpower, because this is a specialized work and job, so becomes available. At present, we are short of such manpower which are into the lane, and this is very important field for the future. That's what we.
I was chairing the technical session on laser applications in high-end technology. We had 3 experts speakers, and there are 5 points came as recommendations on this session. Like the high-end technological developments in lasers and optics should be passed on to industry for the utilization in the areas like diverse areas of applications, medical engineering, security, defense, space, as well as telecommunication areas. Then giving importance as a thrust area, invest in building up optics, lasers and photonics manufacturing capability. Get the best global companies to set up manufacturing units in India and encourage Indian startups in this area that to take up a collaborative approach so that we realize systems faster as well as better. Development of fiber lasers, this point everybody was mentioning, should be taken up so that we have a wide application in manufacturing, in the field of medicine, and next generation high repetition rate pulsed lasers can be manufactured in our country. Then introduce courses at different levels, school, college, and degree, diploma, certificate courses, and train students and technicians to develop the human resource in the area of laser and optics so that the next generation comes up with better knowledge. Thank you.
You see, when Prakriti was saying that there is a specific reference to defense. There is a unit in Hyderabad, chess, of course, Dr. Tracy knows everything, which is using laser for the defense purposes. Their job is that, whole lab, I think maybe about 200 people. And I'm surprised that they're not here. But what I would specifically request is, there should be a small team where chess should be involved as a user. RRCAT should be involved as a technology or developer or scientific base and have one or two industry. It could be led by chess or it could be led by RRCAT because INE perhaps will not be able to put that role. It has to be someone who has got an interest in that technology. So it's RRCAT or chess. So one of these should take the lead and then make a small consortium, come up with the action plan that they are talking of a laser of the order of maybe 100 kilowatt. Because if I had to kill a missile or kill an aircraft, I need that kind of power at maybe something like 10 kilometers. So they have to come up with a very specific plan, and then probably we'll go to funding agency. Partly it can come from government, but there has to be a specific committee which is focused on that. Similarly, there is another application. See, I was mentioning yesterday, we have a laser gyro which is best in the world. It has been developed by our unit in Trivandrum. They are the users. Now, if you can make that, and every component in that gyro is imported, but we are as a system engineer, we have done an excellent job. Now, if you don't involve that unit, we cannot make that laser the usage. Similarly, when you're talking about additive manufacturing, I'm sure someone will be using it already. So you make specific committees, give the leadership to the one of the stakeholder. INA cannot be a stakeholder, and then see to it that okay, those committees come up with a specific plan that is manufacturing done in India. So this is my very specific recommendation. Kindly try to accommodate. Thank you.
Actually, from DRDO, chess, Dr. Jagannath Naik and Dr. B.K. Das, both of them were to be here to give a talk on that areas, but due to some official commitments, they were held up. Yes, sir, that's the thing. I think we can take a feedback from them, their own views. I think. Yeah, that's why we can take some feedback from them on their areas, what we can look forward, because they couldn't physically come over here to give the talk. Thanks.
I've taken permission from Vyasji to, in fact, Dr. Goel actually prodded me, so I thought I would use this opportunity as an individual associated in this particular field. The recommendations that came from the 4 different sessions are actually quite, I would say, appropriate recommendations. Only thing is they weren't clubbed together. So this is what was pointed out, and I would say if I cull through the entire list of recommendations from the 4 sessions, there are 8 specific areas in which we have to proceed. Who does it? Of course, it's not, we cannot decide sitting here, but the recommendations are can be divided into 8 specific topics or directions. We need to develop laser machine and components. Now, everything cannot be done indigenously overnight, but we have to have at least access to the source so that laser machines can be built here by importing or developing components in this country. The additive manufacturing processes, various processes need to be understood better and developed. And some of the processes like the specific recommendation about laser peening, decontamination, these have immediate applications even beyond strategic sectors. Number 3, we need to produce specific materials which are used. You have to understand that this additive manufacturing or laser-assisted processing primarily depends upon 3 types of materials: powders, tapes, and wires, not bulk alloys. So these materials need to be developed in exactly the shape and contour that we need. Number 4 is the job shops and industrial collaborations. Like I was saying in Frauna, for example, RRCAT can do that, or even an individual private entrepreneur can do that. But there has to be a concerted effort to create such a job shop and with industrial collaborations where people can come and pay and use. Number 5, we need to understand the defect that arises. Any powder processing always has the potential of incurring a lot of porosities and anisotropy. So how does it affect the structural integrity of the component and their behavior? Number 5 is things happening, but not enough about the simulation and modeling, not artificial intelligence. Let's also, as engineers, let's understand one thing for sure, that not everything cannot be done by artificial intelligence. We need natural intelligence to a large extent. So we need simulation and modeling to a large extent because it's a transient process. You're talking about millisecond, microsecond, even sub-nanosecond interaction, and what happens in that regime, depending on the time frame, varies from one processing to another. Number 7 is we need to do training and courses. In fact, no need of creating new courses. Existing master's level courses should bring in specific thematic aspects of wherever we have the opportunity. So training and courses, these are the 7th. And the last one is that there is enough room for creating new techniques using combination of lasers. In fact, I didn't see any presentation here which is called hybrid processing. In many cases today, many places in the world, you actually use multiple lasers. One is for preheating, the other one is for actual processing. Similarly, one for processing followed by post-heating, kind of a thermal cycle. So these new techniques also needs to be developed. So Dr. Goel, basically these are the 8 specific recommendations which has come out. And I certainly would repeat that those who presented, majority of them made excellent presentations. So I am very, very impressed with the level of work that's happening in the country. We have to integrate them. And Dr. Nake, that's your job too, through the Indian Laser Association. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much. And I think maybe I'll give you just a couple of minutes because we are already short 11 a.m.
I noted all the recommendations, specifically those 8, and will be proceeding on that. And I'm happy we are already on that track. We have started a course with IIT Indore, which is in applied optics, MTech level course from different disciplines, mechanical, electrical, and physics. They are coming together, and it is a batch of around 12 students this year, and it will be increased further. And that will continue. We and our incubation center and IIT Indore started a certificate course on additive manufacturing, and that was run on holidays in the evening hours, 3 hours, and with hands-on training at RRCAT. That went successfully with participation of faculties, industries, and students also. So we know the direction, and this forum has given further momentum to take it ahead, and we'll do that. We are now many other universities also locally, so we'll take that. Job shops are also, we have started with our facility. We are offering it on per hour basis. Of course, it is at very infant stage, but now industry joining and they're taking our technology under incubation with additive manufacturing machine. Proceed on that further. Yeah, we are in touch with this and even private industries also. So we'll take that further. I had a certain reservation on defense technologies and RRCAT working together at very basic level because their requirements are totally different and some of the things are not to be disclosed, but there has to be a top level committee which can look into the matter and the problems can be segregated where we can contribute as an expertise and those can be integrated. So that integration part is very important and that has to be done. In fact, a couple of years back, Dr. Saraswat had a meeting here to form a society of high power lasers, but somehow that has not materialized. Dr. Haribabu Srivastava was also a member of that. We'll look that factor once again, and if we can proceed with that activity, we'll do that. And from my side, there is one recommendation, sir. This National Quantum Mission is going on quite big, and we are also focusing on chip manufacturing. Diode laser is a part of it. In fact, all laser activity started as a quantum electronics, and then laser, and now we are again into the quantum mission. But if this diode laser can be taken as a part of our semiconductor technologies future, and there can be a good funding under National Quantum Mission, and the vertical that is operating there should take up this, and there can be a member from RRCAT who are manufacturing semiconductor diodes at RRCAT. We had a fairly good success on that front, and that is from raw wafer to final device. And we are passing out some technology to even industry in that area. So RRCAT can be a member in that, and that it should be taken.
For the benefit, Dr. Well mentioned laser gyro. Laser gyro is the ultimate component, but to be able to build that and to the perfection what the missile requires, it's a long way. And we have already spent several decades trying to develop that. I think Joshi from Hyderabad, who...
Dr. Jagannath Naik, I think he was...
Naik.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think.
Sir, we had a small interaction with CHSS also, and we have taken up this highly stabilized helium-neon ring laser out of that. Yeah, that source. Yes. Yeah, sure, we'll take that. And what the suggestion was from Dr. Vyas, will act on that. One of these days between 5, 6, and 7, we'll take as a review day for whatever has happened in the conclave, and we'll take the matter further. Thank you. Thank you.
So let's thank all the panelists for participating in the session and Dr. K.N. Vyas for chairing the session, please. Thank you very much. We'll now break for tea and we'll continue with the second panel discussions at 11:35.
चिक हेलो हेलो चिक चिक हेलो किसको दिखा रहे हो? मनीषा मैडम को? मनीषा मैडम को दिखा रहे हो? कहाँ के लिए? क्या हो गया? अरे ज्योतिराम तो कम जाया करो, विशेष का लिया करो। तुम हाँ चिक हेलो हेलो चिक 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 हेलो चिक हेलो चिक हेलो हेलो चिक हेलो चिक हेलो 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 चिक चिक हेलो चिक क्या हेलो चिक हेलो हेलो चिक हेलो चिक हेलो चिक चिक हेलो 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 चिक हेलो चिक हेलो हेलो चिक 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 कितना फर्क है माइक में? हेलो चिक 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 हेलो 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 चिक चिक हेलो हेलो चिक चिक हेलो हेलो
Check. Hello.
Good morning and welcome back to the second panel discussion. This session of panel discussion is on the second theme of the conclave, namely engineering and technology for clean and green India at 2047, which also had 15 presentations on its 4 technical sessions. To chair this panel discussion session, I invite Dr. P.S. Goyal, former President, INE, Lisbon. And I also request the panelist, Professor P.K. Sikdar, formerly Director, CSIR Central Road Research Institute, CPRI, Professor Prem Krishna, formerly Professor and Head Civil Engineering Department, IIT Roorkee, Shri Prashant Khare, Head Cryomodule Development and Cryogenic Application Sections of RRCAT, and Shri M.K. Badapanda, Head RF Power Supply Section of RF Systems Division of RRCAT, to come onto the dais, please. I also welcome Professor Sivaji Chakravarti for the panel discussion. Dr. Prem Shankar Goyal did his electrical engineering.
Don't need, I'm P.S. Goyal,
Okay,
past President INA. Enough.
thank you, sir. As you wish.
अभी अभी finalize करना है इसको सुनकर के बाकी see the normal procedure for this particular panel is the following. I would request the coordinator, Team 2, Dr. Chakravarti, to really first start what he has consolidated as recommendations. Actually, purpose of this panel is to come up with actionable recommendations. No generalities, nothing very general, okay, this can be done. No. If we have to achieve the goal, what we say is engineering and technology for clean and green technology India 2047. What needs to be done as per this conclave? That recommendation I would request first, whatever Professor Chakravarti has really consolidated. Then I would request the other panelists here, whether they would like to add or subtract anything. And then I would request all of you, not just front row people are very knowledgeable, all of you other people also, please come up with what your suggestion is. And I'm not interested what you, I'm only interested in what should be done in the country. It doesn't matter whom have you to go, whether it's a prime minister, or whether it's some department, or whether it's some private industry. But can this implement what we see as a India in 2047? What needs to be done? This is the purpose. So we are not talking generally, we are talking a very focused thing. So this is the way we'll start. Okay? So may I request now, first, you can use the phone. Yeah, please do that.
Rudy, it needs to be shared. Shared online also.
So, very warm good morning to this panel discussion. Now, there were 4 sessions in this track, and very interesting discussions were held, and we have 2 session chairs present in the session, and 2 gentlemen, they could not be here because of their professional duties. But we have taken care of all the discussions, and we have, to the best of our abilities, tried to assimilate what has been discussed. But what we have done, Chairman Sir, that we have not done session-wise, because when we went through all the discussions and the points, we found that it is better if we go sector-wise. So we have prepared the presentation in sector-wise, that what were the discussions in certain sectors, and then we have divided this into 2 parts, that what were the major issues that have been discussed, and everything is in bullet form, is no text and all this, and then what are the actionable, as the chairman pointed, what are the actionable points. So let me just show what are the sectors that we have identified from the discussions. So first one we have identified as green hydrogen and green energy. Second one as waste management, which includes both solid as well as fluid management. Third one, we identified green processes in power and metallurgical sectors. Now this metallurgical can be made all real sectors, doesn't matter. And very importantly, green transportation sector, and finally the green building sector. So this is what we have identified, but this can be changed based on the today's discussion. And finally, there were also recommendations. There will be recommendations sector-wise. Finally, there are recommendations which are policy interventions. So we have made a separate, slide where we have tried to highlight the policy intervention. So let us go straight into the discussion: green hydrogen and green energy. So the major issues, there were a lot of things discussed. The major issues that we have identified, one is how to produce low carbon green energy in a large quantity. That was one issue. Second one is when we are using, producing hydrogen, we are using different types of agents. And so can we reduce the number and cost of those agents in the hydrogen production? And if yes, how? Then the third challenges were that when we are using green energy, then these green energy components, there are quite a few challenges in the manufacturing of those components. And we are talking about manufacturing in India, not manufacturing in some abroad country. Finally, we move to energy, particularly the electricity, that generation of low carbon electricity. Then there was a very interesting discussion on the so-called tri-generation, which is including cooling load, heating load, and electricity load. And a lot of discussion on the unbalanced mix of solar, wind, hydro, and nuclear energy that is prevailing in our country. And of course, a focus was given on lack of investors or lack of investment, whatever we saw. So these were the broader issues on which the discussions were held. What we have identified are these recommendations that we have to develop indigenous technologies where this photovoltaic efficiency should be 40% or more. Currently, we have relatively lower. So this is one we have to do. Then these heating processes that we are currently using, both in industry as well as in household, we have to have green heating processes. We have to develop indigenously so that our greenhouse gas that reduces. Now, storage of hydrogen, because this was discussed in many aspects, that not only in industrial processes but also in transportation. So storage becomes an issue in large volume as well as in small volume. But when the pressure is and temperature is relatively higher, then how to store this hydrogen which we are producing, because otherwise it will be difficult to use in industrial processes and transportation. And of course, we need to have a very proper mix of this solar, wind, hydro, and nuclear, where focus was given that nuclear should provide the base energy, and the variable type, that is the solar, wind, and hydro, will work on top of that base energy, so that wherever or whenever we need the energy, that energy will come from these so-called green or renewable sources. And there was a very interesting input given that in nuclear fission, hot plasma applications can give a lot of benefits towards this carbon footprint. So we have just put it as an additional point that can be considered. Moving on to waste management, another very important aspect. So major issues that solid and fluid waste management, we all know it's a very important aspect, but then we need green energy solutions. That's an issue. Then it was highlighted that waste to energy, we talk a lot, but there is not much of such plants in India, so that's an issue. Then we also talk about water recovery from sewage, but then there is not much done. I mean, in a large scale, maybe in a smaller scale it has been done. So it's an issue. And whenever it has been done, whether we have really followed the standards and the norms. Because if we don't follow the standards and the norms, then recovered water quality, etc., is always under question. And finally, the open dumps, which in India is unavoidable. So can we have really the good open dumps which follow certain standards and norms? Because after all, we have to always consider based on our Indian scenario. So certain recommendations that we can find out on this sector, where it was very clearly suggested that cold as well as warm plasma can be very effectively used for societal applications, and particularly highlighted was waste management. Then thermal plasma can be used also in waste disposal, but these technologies we need to develop indigenously. Then of course the next one was a little bit generic, but still I have put, because in a large scale mass incineration is to be promoted. There are some, but not much. That was highlighted in the discussion. And waste processing we are doing, no doubt we are doing, but we need very large plants, but then it is very difficult to have it in urban areas. So it is better that we have it in a relatively remote areas, but very good number of such plants to be implemented or installed.
I'll just request 1 minute here. See, the recommendations which are coming from Professor Chakravarti, they are sort of philosophical. I think we need to sit separately, and we like to invest. So, for example, there's waste management. Everyone knows the problem, and it was very well projected in the lecture. But there is a capability Indore has shown, but nothing happens in Bangalore, nothing happens in Delhi. So the question is, I'll just give an example. In one of the conclave, we went to the Niti Aayog, and we were discussing about the so-called smart city. The member secretary of the Niti Aayog told, I will support you provided you come up with a suggestion how we can build a overbridge on a road in 40 days. In India, it typically takes 4 years or 5 years. And we went form a committee. Mr. Mangu Singh, who is the CMD of Delhi Metro, he was chairing and invited all the best experts who are making overbridge LNT and all that. I'll just give you in 1 minute what he said. After a study, he said in India, the mayor for a city, except Trivandrum, has a term of 1 year. The mayor says, I want a overbridge on this particular, let's say, circle or this place. No specification, whether 1 lane, 2 lane, 3, nothing. Then all people will bid their own designs. And then there will be a selection committee to look at all these designs. And after this, they will take 1 year and come up with a suggestion, okay, this is the better design. So that means the design selection is done by, again, some IS people and some administrative people after submission of the bid itself. And then again, because there was no specification, again, they resubmit the proposal, okay, we want this. Then he said, whosoever is smallest bidder is given an order. Typically, in India, in a city, typically, there are 27 clearances needed. Whether it's city board or this committee, that committee, 27, he said, sometimes even more than that. Now, it is the contractor's responsibility to do those clearances. And you know, in India, I'm telling you on this forum that now no clearance comes without paying money. And it takes up to 2 years for the contractor to take that clearance. Now, it's a government job. The municipal corporation or the mayor doesn't bother about the getting clearances. The contractor has to do it. So it takes 2 years minimum, sometimes even more. Then he says, you are asking me to make actually we had not given him 40, we had given 100 days. Then he said, over a bridge in 40 days, you give me all the clearances. On that day, you give me the complete design, what do you want, complete specification. Give me all the 40, whatever clearances needed by the government agency. Because you can take, because when he goes, he sends a person, unless he pays money and that too long, I don't get it. So the company said, we will make in 100 days, provided. So this is a procedure. Why I brought this point is that says that, okay, we should do waste management. Everyone knows. But what is the hurdle? Number one, commitment, lack of commitment on the city body, by the corporation. If Indore can do it, Bangalore can also do it. That means there is a lack of commitment, number one. So we have to find out a mechanism. We have to tell the government of Karnataka or whoever responsible that it is the responsibility of the municipal corporation, BBMP in Bangalore, TDA in Delhi. Clearly specify what to, and then they have to be responsible. Mayor is only for 1 year. He only worries about how much he can earn in 1 year and then go normally. I'm not talking general, but generally he just only worries about how much money he can amass in 1 year because next year someone will come. You have to have a vision of a city like you heard from Indore. You have to have that vision that, okay, I want to achieve this much for the city. So you have to give a tenure. So these are some of the things we need to really bring out. So my request, Dr. Shivaji, we'll sit together separately, but we will turn then these recommendations into very specific, who should take action? What is to be done? So this is my suggestion, but you please go ahead.
Yes, sir. Very nice. I mean, as I said, that this can be changed. It is not, this is first cut. So we will cut it second time, third time, and we'll make it final. We'll take the inputs as our chairman has said. Just to, cover up the issues and aspects that we have, I have assimilated. So we have identified power and metallurgical sectors. So we all know that a lot of greenhouse gases are being generated in that sector. Then it was highlighted that plasma technology can be used nowadays in green technology, as green technology in this sector, and ultra supercritical technology, particularly with coal-based sectors, that is another aspect. But these are issues. So very specific suggestion has been given that the processes we have to do that in the carbon dioxide that comes out of the blast furnaces, particularly in the metallurgy sectors, whether we can replace the carbon by hydrogen so that we get water as the output. Then, of course, a lot of discussions were held on high efficiency electrolyzers, gas recycling in metal processes, and scrap utilization. That was highlighted, that we need scrap utilization in this aspect. As I already said, that plasma has never certain forms, but it was said that in metallurgical processes, we need to use thermal plasma. So we can develop technology in thermal plasma usage. And ultra supercritical power plants, a major obstacle is now very clear that we need alloy materials which can be used in this technology at those specific temperatures and pressures. So that also we need to develop, because now everything comes from abroad. We have installed it in India, but it's with abroad technology. But this improves the power plant efficiency a lot, and that's a very significant step toward lowering of the carbon footprint. So I think that's something was highlighted. A lot of highlights were given on the transportation, the so-called green transportation, and people talked about the use of alternative fuels in the automotive sector. Then Policies on nationwide adaptation of alternative fuels, that was discussed. And it also needs, I mean, this transportation sector was discussed, one on the roadside, the other was on the railway tracks. So in the railway tracks, this infrastructural upgrade was discussed. And then from the urban planning side, it was discussed that whether this transportation can be shifted from road to railways and waterways. And if yes, then what can be done? That was discussed. And then it was said that non-motorized transport sector, that was the concept given, the NMT. So what are the infrastructure we need for that, the NMT? And then, I mean, related issue was the challenges in developing safe transportation passageways. And these passageways included bridges, tunnels, and all that. So what can be done? That was a discussion very widely done. Recommendations that one very strong recommendation was given that when we are doing long distance transportation, we should use hydrogen. And therefore, we need those type of technology developed in India so that we can transport something from Indore to Kerala using hydrogen. Then, of course, very typically local development, that is liquid nitrogen cooled trucks that has been developed for transportation of foods and beverages, which is really a step together for societal benefit. So green transportation using liquid nitrogen cooled trucks, that was a very clear recommendation. And then a very specific recommendation was given, if we can use methanol as an alternative fuel, then there is an aspect where the stray carbon can be converted to methanol. Stray carbon in the market, if you want, that details can be given. Then with proper stoichiometric conditions, this can be done. So that technology was discussed. And for the train sector, railway sector, it was very specifically said that can we design lightweight, energy efficient aluminum based version of the train. Again, it was highlighted that some foreign countries are going into that. So I think India today should develop indigenously this one also. That will give advantage. A very important aspect was said that this optimized train driving is an issue which saves a lot of energy. But for that, manual intervention is not possible. So we need onboard intelligence, including artificial intelligence, that needs to be implemented. And of course, regenerative braking system in trains has to be improved. That gives a lot of power feedback to grid, which is, gives a lot of energy efficiency. And NMT already said, non-motorized transportation infrastructure. And this is particularly important and highlighted that this improves the last mile connectivity. And we all know that India last mile connectivity is a problem. That people from one transportation hub to another transportation hub, things are smooth. But then from the last transportation hub to the last mile to the consumer, that is a lot of issue. So that was highlighted. Whether non-motorized transportation for last mile connectivity we can do. And very specific recommendation was given on city-specific mobility plans, which in fact, Chairman has just now mentioned that our plan should be city-specific. So the city-specific mobility plans we have to develop. And very interesting aspect, which I think Professor Prem Krishna's session was highlighted, multimodal transportation tunnels and bridges. So I think I am not that expert on that. Professor Prem Krishna probably will be the right person to talk about that. That's a technology we need to develop in India. That was highlighted also. And of course, green buildings. Here, of course, we know a lot of discussions already done. But one thing was, it was now stated that both heating and cooling is needed. So we have to have now what is called multi-physics modular devices. And this is called now MMD. So that needs to be developed and installed in India. And for that, we have to develop not only a laboratory scaled MMD, we have to develop kilowatt scale MMD so that it can be implemented in the big buildings and others. And then, of course, the building construction, where the focus was given on the building insulation. Because we know in the broad building insulation is a major issue, but India still, we don't use the building insulation that much on the wall. So therefore, this heat flow from outside to inside as well as from inside to outside is an issue. So that was highlighted. And finally, it was highlighted that these appliances that we use every day and how these appliances can be made, I mean, not only just design aspect green, but from the application side, as in fact, Professor Prem Krishna made some certain points on that. And finally, urban planning, which also Chairman just now mentioned, that urban planning. So certain things, it was stated that we need the proper techniques for measurement of energy performance index. How do I really measure it? So that has to be done. Then we have to optimize this EPI for Indian standard, Indian conditions, to benchmark value for those that multi-physics measurement modules, MMD, and then architecturally integrate this MMD into the buildings in India, and heating and cooling performance to be strictly followed, which is generic in nature, I understand. And in this heating and cooling, how much renewables we can integrate in the building. That was a recommendation. And as I said, that high performance insulation in building construction was recommended strongly, and smart water management in the buildings, and a very concept which is not a very novel, but urban farming was in fact mentioned as one of the energy savings aspect. As Chairman has said, that there were certain recommendations on policy interventions. So what were those which were told by the speakers? One is that policy support for land allotment. And now this has to be, cannot be probably a nationwide uniformity, because we have different states, different aspects, but a suitable policy of land allotment. Then PLI scheme for the component manufacturing for green energy. That was manufactured. It was stated very much that this is really not that helpful today. So we have to have that scheme. Then the financing of the large-scale green energy projects, there were issues, or there are issues, because the risk of return of investment is quite a bit of concern today. So that particular aspect, again, policy interventions needed. Solid and fluid waste management, well, without government policy and support, this is just not possible. So therefore, we have to have that, and this is also has to be city specific. It was already said that this planning should be city specific. And here it was highlighted that we have now multiple rules and norms, for solid and fluid asset management. So recommendation is that we to have a synchronization of these norms. Otherwise, it was highlighted that conflicts are happening in the different cities if there is no synchronization. Then implementation of decarbonization strategies, carbon capture, storage, there are concepts, there are some rules, but it's not properly implemented. So although rules and regulations might be there, it has to be implemented. So that policy intervention is needed. Then carbon tax, emission trading system, we all know these are there, but again, implementation. So policy intervention we have to do. And then financing of transport, focusing on low cost sustainable, that, not only transport for the trucks and others, but also, smaller vehicles where the rural, transportation takes place. And it was also said that building energy code has to be upgraded, considering all the newer concepts like MMD and all that is coming up. So that needs to be updated. So I think that's what I could do. And now I leave it to our Honorable Chairman to take it up from here.
Well, thank you, Dr. Professor Gurudev, very handsome. I will go to panel, but I just want to make one statement here. Before we really finalize recommendations, we need to understand the repercussions of that very clearly. Just to give you one example. A professor has suggested, a person has suggested that you should go for 16-meter tunnel instead of 6-meter. Looks very nice on paper. Okay, I can have a train also, I can have a bus also, I can have a walk also, I can have a cycle also. 66-meter to 16-meter, what the implication of cost? What is the implication of its survival against seismology? Because a tunnel, when it becomes bigger, it becomes much more vulnerable to anything. So all these aspects, one has to really think. He just gave a suggestion, maybe from somewhere internet. But what the implication in the Indian context, no one has analyzed. I cannot make a recommendation on behalf of INA to the government of India. You make a 16-ton panel without analyzing these things. So I think my request, Professor Chakraborty, we need to really understand the implications also with the recommendations we make. So we'll do it slowly. Today we'll gather the ideas, but it has to be done later, but after a lot of due diligence. Because if we make a recommendation like this without understanding the implication, then our credibility also will be at stake. So with this one comment, I will request now, I'll go from this side. Please add or suggest whatever you feel.
Thank you. One thought crossed my mind when I was looking at this very comprehensive coverage, by the way, Professor Chakraborty. It has been said that now we need to do heating as well as cooling. The volume of heating that you need in this country compared to the volume of cooling that you need. One has to view this. And let's not encourage people to start heating unnecessarily if we don't need to. Yeah. No. Cooking is included, is it? All right. Oh, that's different. The second thing I would like to say, and go along with the chairman, is that we should very carefully examine recommendations and not make too many recommendations. I think a big shopping list of recommendations will be counterproductive. And if we can, we should prioritize our recommendations. You know, these three are the first priority, these three are next. Like that. So those are my suggestions.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll say one thing each for 4 presentations which were there in our sessions, which I moderated. Now, in the first presentation, obviously he promoted the methanol, and he said that that's the route which will take us to the 2047 and again 2070. Now, obviously, he described the methanol economy. I mean, he related it to economy, and he tried to say that electric mode probably will not be so much going forward for various reasons, which tried to give. I mean, all those are, of course, in the paper, but I don't have to say all that. The second was by Mr. Mani. He said that distributed traction can improve the speed, and that's what he demonstrated in train 18. And he said that without locomotives, you can get very high speed, but only constraint is the track. So track infrastructure is to be improved, and then only the high-speed trains can be run. Third one, Professor Mahesh Tandon said about structures, of course, how they fit to this requirement of clean and green transport, and he looked into the social dimension of clean and green, supporting the pedestrians and vulnerable road users, how to accommodate them so that difficulties of those people are resolved in the structures. And that's how he looked at the clean and green issue. Fourth one was Mr. Sri Prakash, and he was very much in the kind of with different orientation, saying that the electricity is the answer. He didn't agree for this liquid fuels, and he said that for a long-term goal for carbon neutrality by 2070, with the net zero idea, existing systems will need a lot of innovations. It will not work like that. That's what he said. Now, these are the ideas we got from there. And of course, a thorough list, a complete list has been provided in the presentation. Now, one more thing comes to my mind. I mean, is there a way? I mean, it's a challenge to the young scientists and engineers. Is it possible to transmit the energy? If that is possible, it will make wonders. If we can pick up the energy through an antenna, a transmission, then everything is solved. We can collect energy in the satellite and run the cars going around with an antenna. Think about it if it is possible. Thank you.
I have spent at least 2 years in energy transmission when I was young in 80s, because we are talking solar power satellite, something like 5 gigawatt solar panel in the space, and having a structure of 11 kilometers square. So all that, lot of experiment has been done on energy transfer, and it's feasible, but whether it's cost effective or not is a very separate issue. So technology is there, it has been experimented, and but there are a lot of issues in that, because when you terrestrially, it's your energy density per square centimeter is only about 10 milliwatt. Other maximum go to 100 milliwatt, otherwise it was affecting the body. So the safety becomes a bigger issue. So it's not really that simple issue, because they're connected with the human safety. So we can spend more time on that. Okay. You would like to add something? Please go ahead.
Sir, in our session for renewable energy engineering, there are 5 or 6 recommendations. I'm cutting down because you said you need actionable points. Okay, yes. So one is that the cost of electrolyzers should come down. For that, some project needs to be taken up. Second is that there's the PV plants efficiency to be increased. For that, some project should be taken up. Then for the liquid nitrogen based system, which he explained, there is distribution setup which is required. Only 50 plants required all over the country, not more than 70-80 crore rupees of investment, because this will in turn facilitate fruits and vegetable distribution. Then there is another one which was said by Mr. Bamberger, and he said that there are many available technologies which are affordable, but they have not been deployed. And lastly, there is mentioned by Dr. Umesh Srivastav that this parabolic trough receiver tube is a challenge, so we should have some project on that. And lastly, PLI system, PLI scheme for solar components. That's about that.
So please just add this list maybe in an email to Dr. Chakravarti. Sure. What we have to do is we have to analyze at the INA whether, see, if this is only research project, then we have to see who should take up, who should fund it. That's a simple issue. But somehow anything deployment in the scale, there we have to worry about much more about the research project. Probably we can make certain recommendations to corresponding science and ministry or something like that. I just want to make one point that when you look at these alternate solutions, in fact, if you have any one of us listen to Mr. Gadkari, he has a lot more ideas. So we have to really see, I mean, there is a person who is very serious about this thing. He's very receptive also. So we'll look at it whom to send the recommendation. Anything you'd like to add?
Yeah, in my case, that it is on solid waste management. The speaker told out of this, in India, we generate around 62 million tons of solid waste, out of which only 82% are collected. And out of those 82%, only 28% are treated. He is basically owner of a waste treatment plant in Andhra Pradesh. Yeah, Andhra Pradesh. Then he suggested that segregation of the waste is important. Otherwise, it is difficult at his end to segregate and then do the disposal kind of things. For disposal and all those, he said the waste disposal for energy use and other use, that segregation is important aspect, which is not done in most part of the India. And he says, as you really suggested, rules and all those are very, and he says the government's intervention is needed in this. Actually, he says in like in advanced countries, like in USA, he says there are 800 waste treatment plants. In Japan, it is like 400, but India, we have got 11 only plants here. In metro cities also, we do not have that. So that is suggested that this should be done, and most of the rules framed by government are against each other. So he needs, strongly believe, a strong synchronization of the rules are needed. Then it can be used for that. Second one is from the steel plant. Professor Bhattacharya, Dr. Bhattacharya, he suggested actually for each ton of the steel, the 2.5 tons of carbon dioxide dilutes. And he says in steel sector, as of now, very less scope for reducing the, he says at the most we can target like carbon dioxide reduction 20%. So some incremental reduction is possible, not massive reduction is possible. That is what he said. Unless we get some new technology, new and all those. So he says that some suggests some should be done. And then hydrogen is a reduced element, the quantity of the steel company needs the kind of hydrogen that is totally available to hydrogen in world is not even sufficient for the steel companies only. That is, you should find out some other methods. And he stressed significantly that carbon storage and capture technology has to be adopted, and many people are started doing it. So that he asked for that. And third is basically from our plasma side. Plasma side, the speaker told that so many applications of the are possible for the societal applications for waste management and so many things. Some action has been taken by the department and some incubation centers are created in Varanasi and all of the things. So it is possible for incineration of waste in many other ways, and it may be effective if it Fourth one is from the, actually they it is already told we should go for the supercritical plants kind of things, for which some action has been done combined with our IGCAR, NTPC and PHL, those kind of things. And he stressed that steam turbine design and boiler design, that has to be completely done when the design and manufacturing should be done completely indigenously, for which action has been taken and it is going. Thank you.
Some of these thoughts are very theoretical, and we need to examine the cost aspects and all that, because when some of the recommendations probably we can make it to urban ministry or Niti Aayog. We'll look at it, but we add these things to Shivaji and we will look at it, because when we make a recommendation, we have to analyze from all the aspects. It can't be, because some of the recommendations were purely a kind of academic. We need to really see the complete implementation aspect. So now I'll leave the forum.
Unless I missed it in these policy recommendations, the user orientation and education, I think, should be part of this. Yeah. That's happening. All right.
We are over. Professor Grover.
My first recommendation is that we should use words which are definable. For example, in the first 2 or 3 projections, Vice President used the word green. In place of that, we should use low carbon. Whether it's hydrogen, it should be low carbon hydrogen, low carbon processes, low carbon transport. Here, why I'm saying this, in our country, we have used the word green hydrogen, while if we go to US recommendation, DOE has made a clear recommendation that hydrogen generation by nuclear can be considered low carbon. Rather, DOE USA has funded 4 projects at 4 different nuclear power plants.
No, but green hydrogen, professor, is very well defined term.
It is not defined.
No,
it has to be associated with how much carbon per emissions per electro.
For example, if I use nuclear power for generating hydrogen, is green. If I use thermal power, for hydrogen, there is not green.
The government of India has not defined it that way. We have to see what government of India has defined. Then
we have to look at government of India now. Okay, fine.
How France has defined, how USA has defined. So please,
no, I'm not worried about US. We'll see what India has defined.
Government of India has not defined it that way. So if we use the words low carbon hydrogen, it automatically takes
we'll look at.
So my basic thing, which I talked in my talk also, our recommendation should be technology agnostics. We should lay emphasis on scientific principles.
We'll look at it.
Then there was the words used unbalanced mix and proper mix. This is what Professor Shivaji used. I think there again we should use them with technically proper word. These two words will not be okay. I think perhaps what you have in mind is optimal mix. So I think do it that way. Then there was a green transport using hydrogen over long distance. Now I think this is something which needs to be debated. Whenever we convert electricity to hydrogen, hydrogen to electricity, at every stage there are efficiencies involved. There are alternates available. For example, for long distance transport, what has been tried in India is roll on and roll off, RoRo system, where a truck loaded with goods rolls onto the train. Train is electrified. It goes to the final destination, and then there it rolls off. So distance which is traveled by a truck reduces to a significant extent, and major distance is covered on electrified track. It was tried in Konkan Railway where it is successful. It was tried somewhere in Karnataka where it was unsuccessful. It was unsuccessful, I'll say it openly here, because it reduced the income of the intermediaries who at every corner, every crossing are standing and wanting money from truck drivers. So there was a resistance from them and it was unsuccessful. The technically solution exists. This RoRo system is working in certain places. It has worked in one sector in India, but here we need to push it. Rather than going in for hydrogen or electrified
No, I
trucks,
understand. I got your point.
this
We'll
is
try
the,
to
this is the
make
way
it
forward.
suggestion. And Mr. Gadkari is very open on
When
these
we
ideas.
talk about using plasma technologies for waste management, I think here if we can make it specific, plasma technologies for waste management are very good for hospital wastes, where no other technology is competing technology. If we can bring that specificity in our recommendation, that will be better. Similarly, there should be specificity in, there was one bullet point, hot plasma for nuclear fusion. So again, I think this statement.
No, I don't think we'll get into that.
Bring it to specificity
we'll not get
there,
into.
and
See,
that will be preferable.
fusion is a total exclusive domain of atomic energy. Will not INE will not make a very just because of one lecture a specific recommendation. I mean, INE cannot get into that kind of micro level details, which is a specific domain of a particular department.
Basically, one overarching recommendation is that we should state technology agnostics and try to lay principles like how much carbon per kilowatt hour. That will go a long
we
way
will
in this.
define the look at this.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Professor, Dr. Mishra first. I will come to you.
I think, the overall, whatever recommendations we make, I endorse what Professor Prem Krishna said is, they have to be a very precise, very small number, not small number, but not a very large number.
Yeah,
A number of recommendations, and as you rightly pointed out, which are actionable. But even if they're actionable, we should also understand their impact on, as you rightly said, in terms of cost and in terms of their societal impact or environmental impact. Now, the other point I wanted to make is, although there seems to be some discussion on what is green hydrogen, anyway, it doesn't matter. I think our recommendations should be in sync with the government's mission on green hydrogen. If it is, we're talking about hydrogen, we should be in sync with government mission, because the government has already spent a lot of time and energy to have a mission on green hydrogen. The other point I wanted to make is in terms of waste management, we need to have more data. In India, we do not have a database, very good database on how much waste is generated. And I'd like to classify these as urban waste and industrial waste, because they are of different character. So we must have data on how much urban waste we generate or municipal waste, but also we must have data on total waste generation from the industry, particularly from cement.
You see, 3 years back, Professor Mishra, when we had you remember a smart city project?
Yeah, right.
There was a lot of representation from Goa. In fact, when Mr. Parikar was Chief Minister of Goa, he was the first person really to start the waste management system in Goa. And we had some experience. But actually now, when you look at it after a few years, Indore has taken over.
Yeah, I know.
So
But you know, these are urban waste, basically.
Huh,
We're
urban
talking
based.
about, yeah, but the total urban waste in India, we really don't have much data, precise
No,
data.
data will come only when we start doing experimenting, no?
Okay, this is my impression. Secondly, there is a lot of industrial waste. For example, steel industry. You think about it that we are going to make 300 million tons of steel in 2030-31 as per the national steel policy, and by 2047, 500 million tons of steel. Apart from the carbon dioxide, which has been talked about, it generates also a lot of slag, right? The slag generation from steel industry, both from the blast furnace and from the steel making furnaces, from the blast furnace alone, you know, we will generate 200 million tons of slag by 2047. Now that slag usage, you know, one of them is, I mean, exploration is being made, it's being explored to use it in roads and
Yeah, you
other
see,
areas.
I have seen a big hill
Yeah.
in Delhi
Okay.
of ash,
Ash.
but now they are really converting into road building and
Yeah,
bricks and
yeah,
all that.
yeah.
So those technology tie effects,
No,
they a lot of
there are
work.
technologies.
So we have to find
But
second
a
solutions for
complete
that.
usage of this industrial waste, we still are searching for
So
it.
if you have any
particularly-
specific suggestion, that would
Yeah.
be what, then
My
I will really
specific suggestion
add
is that, you know, I wanted to bring this up because there is a government policy which says, the Indian Bureau of Mines, that use iron ore with iron content of down to 45%. Now, they don't realize what kind of a devastation it will bring to the environment in terms of the water requirement to beneficiate that iron ore. Number one. Number two is how much slag will be generated, which will be like half a ton of
No,
slag.
by finding a fault with a particular policy of the ministry official and all that, we don't gain anything.
No,
If-
I mean that.
Please
the
give a
government-
specific thing, okay, then right, we
Yeah.
can look at it.
No, but what I mean is that government policies which are evolving, you know, they are actually straitjacket. So they're not looking at other aspects. That's what I mean.
See, it's
the
very easy to
so
make
we
a
must
statement
make a
here.
recommendation. No, we must
No,
make
no.
a recommendation that government policies should look at not only their department, one particular department makes a policy, it should look at the impact on the use of the same policy by other departments. This is not being done.
Professor Mishra, sir, there is a way to deal with government. If an IAS officer, I tell him that you don't know what to do, actually, he's just going to slap me and get, nothing will happen to
Okay.
it, nothing will happen. If I tell him, sir, this is the way, new way looking at it, he will
Okay.
look at it. So there is a way to communicate with IAS officer. I know that very well. Of course,
Okay,
we are
thanks.
done.
But I wanted
So
to point out
you have,
that
if you
government
say,
policies are being done by department wise. My point was, government policies are coming department wise.
oh, government
Mines
policies are
makes its
done on
own
only
policy.
PMO now. I mean, that's
we
not
need
correct.
We need more comprehensive approach to making government policy.
Today, the only person who the only department makes policy independent of PMO is only Gadkari. The rest, all policies are made in three people in PMO. I am aware of that.
Okay.
Sir,
Thanks,
you agree
anyway.
with me or not? You have been much closer than me recently because I was closer earlier. Am I wrong in that? Yeah, please.
I would like to just say two things. I mean, existing technology which can be used and which can be recommended. What Professor Grover suggested, the RoRo system is for minimizing the carbon footprint of transport. Now, there is another way, that electric highway. The trucks will have pantograph and it will pick up electricity from this. Yeah, that is the suggestion. That is the suggestion, and Nitin Gadkari is thinking of that. That will make the Bombay Highway. Now, it happens, it picks up, not necessarily continuously it runs on electricity. It has a battery system which get charges while moving where there is no electric line, and intermittently that system is provided. The other point, what Professor Misra has mentioned about the big hill, or you also mentioned of the slags, CRRI has developed a technology for making road aggregates. Aggregates prepared from that, and steel industry is going to accept the recommendations and the standards which they have prepared. And this is a huge leap in terms of that we will save all the hills.
Okay, just last one comment because we are beginning late. I promised that
Yeah,
to Suresh
I
at
will
10:30
be
I'll close.
very brief because I know that we are running out of time. The first is that we should compliment those who have prepared the recommendations. It's like putting a ship in a bottle because the papers were so enriching and full of ideas, full of concepts, full of experiences. It was very difficult job. The second thing is that I entirely agree with the chairman that the recommendation should be specific, should be practical, but at the same time, this has a danger that we will lose the vision 2047. We will have to engage more closely with
No, you
the.
make a specific point. I see all this philosophy I don't need now. What
Yeah.
is it you want to say? I don't get it.
So basically, we should engage more closely with the digital public infrastructure, national infrastructure pipeline, PM Gati Shakti master plan, and digital materials, nanoplastics, nanomaterials, etc., and roads generating energy. So these
All that
have
is
to be, yeah,
happening.
yeah.
So I think I'll take this opportunity to thank all of you, thank my panelists and also all of you for the patience in me, and also thank all the organizers for giving us the opportunity to be with you. Thank you very much.
I request Dr. B. N. Suresh sir to please come on to the dais and present the memento to the session chair. Request the session chair and panelists to be comfortable in their seats, and please give us a moment while we prepare the stage for the coming valedictory session. Thank you. So we have now reached to the concluding moments of this Engineering Conclave 2023 that had experienced vibrant interactions by means of 4 plenary talks, 1 evening talk, and 30 talks in the 8 technical parallel sessions. So to begin the proceedings, I invite to the dais Dr. B.N. Suresh, former President INAE and chair of the valedictory session. I also invite Dr. Anil V. Parab, full-time Director, Senior Executive Vice President, Larsen & Toubro Limited, Heavy Engineering and L&T Walls, and guest of honor for this valedictory session, Professor Indranil Manna, President INAE and co-chair of this EC 2023. Sri Rajesh Arya, outstanding scientist and associate director laser group at RRCAT and coordinator for the theme 1. I also request Dr. Shivaji Chakravarti, vice president INAE and theme 2 coordinator. Thank you all. May I now request Professor Manna to please make the introductory remarks. Anyway.
Yes. Hello. Yeah. So, good afternoon, and we as engineers, I always maintain that we are supposed to provide solution to the society and answer to the aspirations of individuals or groups. So, Engineers Conclave, this is the 10th edition, and INAE is about 36 plus years old. So all along, why did we come up with this annual event? It's because as the only peer group in the country which covers the entire spectrum of engineering, not just IT sector or energy sector or construction sector, but the entire spectrum of engineering, we would like to always deliberate upon contemporary issues and then propose certain solutions. We cannot implement them ourselves because we are not a brick and mortar organization with certain number of employees and staff members. When we look at a problem, all along, we have maintained complete impartiality and objectivity. What is a problem? How do we define that? How should one approach that? And what is the strategy for implementation? So this is exactly what Engineers Conclave all along, all these 10 editions have done. In fact, if you look at, we did think about it, we haven't done that, but soon we'll do that. We'll make a small monograph of all the 10 editions and collate all the recommendations, list all the topics we discussed and specific recommendations that we made. And we'll try to reach out to the government and we'll sincerely hope that they take note of these recommendations, because these recommendations are the culmination of the thought processes, analysis of individuals and groups who have given their lifetime to the profession. So it carries an enormous amount of value, and that should be properly utilized. And that's one of our intention. So in this particular edition of Engineers Conclave, it is my duty on behalf of the Academy to record our deepest appreciation to the host, RRCAT, IUC of UGC, Devi Ahalya University, and IIT Indore. They have come together, they have done a nice homework, though the majority, most of the job were done by RRCAT, and Amlanpal, of course, individually was involved all along. You are all aware that INAE today works under certain budgetary constraints that never came to the fore. The amount of arrangements, all the program and everything was laid out so meticulously. I don't think anybody ever experienced any inconvenience. So credit squarely goes to Dr. Nake and his team, and of course the rest of the organizers. So on behalf of the Academy, from each one of us here, we record our most sincere appreciation. And this also proves that we certainly can work as a team. We also have very strict guardians in our fold. You would have seen already in the form of the likes of Dr. P.S. Goel and others. So we can't afford to make a mistake. So what we actually wish to now do is to reach out. INE today is very keen to reach out, because on one hand, people tend to look at us as a very exclusive club of 900 plus fellows only in a country of 1.4 plus billion. So as if we are a very small and a very exclusive group. We don't want to maintain that, or we don't want to give credence to that belief. We want to reach out. We want to prove ourselves to be one of the most active organ of the country devoted to the profession of engineering. We don't necessarily want to support one group and not others, or carry forward one direction of technology and not others. Whatever is needed by the country and the society, we would like to pursue that. So in that respect, reaching out to the entire cross-section, starting from students all the way to the very top leaders in the country who may not be actively involved in the profession anymore or superannuated, we would like to reach out to each one of them. And then what will emerge certainly be a collective wisdom. And that's what INE wish to do. So I think I'll just stop here at this moment for the time being. Again, recording our deep gratitude to the organizers and all the participants. I certainly would add one more line. Yesterday, particularly throughout the session, whenever I got an opportunity, I stepped into either of the two halls, and I found it difficult to find a seat, and that made me very happy that there is very healthy interest in the community to participate. Ideally, if we could hold such sessions in heart of the city where many more people could join, that possibly would be even better, but there are logistic difficulties which we cannot do. So we have to rely upon organizations like RRCAT. Last year it was LPSC, ISRO. These are not open to public, so obviously participation that way gets a little restricted. But at the same time, the organizers do enough to bring students. Yesterday, we saw school children also sitting here. So it is our intention actually to reach out to as many as possible. So I'll stop here again, and thank you very much. And Dr.
Next in line is the presentation by team coordinator, summing up the deliberations. I think we have already done in great detail. Nevertheless, you can add few more points which you think. Both of you can give your highlights, whatever you would like to say.
The attendance of, I am specifically talking about theme 1. The attendance was always more than a century, because I specifically counted. And this was because there were suggestions from Dr. Nake and Dr. Amral Pad to get participation from nearby colleges and universities. And we had invited specifically 8 universities, and there were participation of about 80 persons, including faculty and college students. Specifically from different nearby prominent engineering colleges. To name a few, Medicaves, IPS, Oriental, GSITS, SVV, IET, these were invited, and DAVV and IIT anyway was our partner institute, so they anyway participated. Apart from this, if the details like the theme 1 was specifically laser technology for emerging challenges, which has a lot of work on lasers. So it was related to our center. So because of that also the participation was quite high. And if we go into the details like session chair for theme 1, sub-theme 1, which was laser materials processing techniques, it was Professor U. Kamachi Mudali. And speakers were from diverse places and institutes like Dr. Naga Hanumaya was from, don't need to it. So, yeah. So, and whatever recommendations, the salient points which we wanted to put up were discussed with different session chairs and finalized. Uh, most of them I personally feel are actionable and implementable. And if really implemented, they will make a big difference to India. Only thing is now whether they are implementable, generic, or maybe they may not be very specific, but if implemented, they will make a great difference to India. So I would like to read out at least a few, though they may look unspecific at present. Specifically, if I say India and fiber laser components such as India rod, flash lamps, optical fiber, laser diodes, laser optics, they are not fabricated in India. So I do not know where we should reach out. These let us say if we want to produce such things, definitely we will require funds of something like tens of thousands of crores. And it will not happen in overnight. So we have to take up this point to somewhere, to government. It may take time, but otherwise we will never be able to catch up in these fields. Like high power laser of 10 kilowatt is to be developed. How will we develop? I do not know otherwise if we do not have such components. Similarly, for defense, there are specific components, critical components, which are to be produced, and there is no way otherwise we can get from Western countries. But we do not have anything here, no fabrication or manufacturing facilities there. For LAM, I have already described, but specifically if we start LAM powder and wire material, we have to import. We have to import from China or other Western countries. So unless this dependence is removed, we will not progress. That is what I want to say. And these are very specific things, I think. How to take up this up to INA and such an August gathering we have, they should think out of this and I think devise a way how to go ahead.
Thank you, Professor Shivaji.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman, sir. As you know, I have already presented the entire details and very good and very specific points were raised by very knowledgeable people and experienced people. And let me tell you that, sir, we have taken note of your points and we will, of course, sit down. And as our session chairman, Dr. Goel, has mentioned, we have listed something, but definitely not everything will go into our final recommendation. So we'll do the necessary trimming and probably, you know, here and there some editing and all those things we'll do. And finally, we'll submit it to the President INA for the necessary processing. So I think, sir, that's all I can say.
Thank you, Professor Shivaji.
Thank you, Professor Chakravarti. Shri Anil V. Parab is the full-time director and senior executive vice president at L&T. He is a mechanical engineer from VJTI Mumbai. He is co-chair of FICCI, yes, Capital Goods and Public Procurement Policies, and he is a fellow of IME. With these few words, I request you to please address the gathering.
Suresh, permission, I wanted to make a mention. We are just this few in the hall. Today, the digital platform is so powerful. Dr. D.P. Mishra, I hope he's listening. He's watching us over YouTube. And he sends me a message right away that you said something right now in the last few minutes about something. Please go ahead and do this in the future. So we are being watched live all the time.
Good afternoon. In fact, it is indeed my pleasure to be amongst you here. I thank organizers, INAE, RRCAT, UGC, uh, DAVV, IIT Indore. I think both the themes which were selected for this year's engineering conclave are really relevant because I would vouch on it because I am in a business and the business what we are doing, 38% of that is international and we are almost exporting to more than 52 countries, operating in 30 countries. So I think both the themes are very important, very relevant. I would like to share few of my observations on this. Since yesterday I talked on the high-end technology applications of lasers in high-end technology, I will start with more on the clean and green energy. I think Dr. Grover added and developed India. So I would say that we are at a cusp of fastest, deepest and most profound disruption of energy sector across the globe. India had committed that 40% of our power generation will be non-fossil by 2030. In fact, India achieved it in September 2022. At this moment, 26% of Indian electricity generation is through solar and wind. In fact, Dr. Grover talked about top 5 objectives of India. I will not get into that again. India is today power surplus with 400 gigawatt. World's third largest electricity generation is happening in India. I think a lot was talked on policy and importance of policy. I think this is one thing which is very important. I would like to give 2 examples. One of them is Ujala initiative, which was implemented by government way back almost in 2014-15. Though it was market driven, it became self-sustaining due to initial government support, because I think this was one thing which was coming up again and again yesterday, what I attended and today, that scale, how will we get the scale? And unless there is a scale, there is no self-sustainability. So government did bulk procurement during incubation period, which has led to decrease in price of these LED lamps by 75%, which is the steepest reduction across the globe. And today, if you really ask me, nobody has to be influenced to use the LED. I think Dr. Grover talked that today in the houses also, you have multiple of them. The consumption has not gone up, energy has improved. Demand has increased 50 times. So this one initiative alone, the reduction in carbon emission per annum is 40 million tons. And India has targeted to have 1 billion ton reduction in the carbon emission. The next one is the railways. Net zero emissions by 2030. In fact, some of the decisions Government of India had to roll back, and some of the multinationals had criticized government of India for that. But what is required for the benefit of the country, the government did not deter from that. And as a result, this one initiative will reduce 60 million tons of carbon emission per annum. So these two initiatives, together it is 100 million tons. So how the policy can change a lot of things is very important. I have been also reading one of the thought leaders on this subject, which is from MIT and Stanford. Not that I fully subscribe to what he has been publishing his research, but some of the things what he has said are relevant, and I do see the whole global scenario evolving in that fashion. So I thought of sharing that with you. So what he says, market forces triggered by technology convergence, business model innovation, product innovation, and exponential improvement in both cost and capabilities will drive clean disruption of energy transition. He proposed, and his hypothesis says that 100% clean electricity from solar, wind, and battery is both physically possible and economically affordable by 2030. Coal and gas power assets will become stranded. This is his thinking, but what he says, I do see it happening. New system will be distributed, decentralized, and abundant clean power will be available at marginal cost throughout the year. So what he says is what happened in the world of bits is now poised to happen in the world of electrons. Now, some of the things what I see happening in the world, I would like to share the statistics with this August gathering. In 2021, first time solar and wind made 10.5% of the global demand across the globe. Wind and solar capacity addition, the total capacity addition which happened in 2021, 75% of that was wind and solar. So the whole world is moving in this direction, and fossil fuel was only 14%. It is not only in India, across the world, this is what is happening. The other thing what I see, the initiatives like International Solar Alliance, One Sun, One World, One Grid, National Green Hydrogen Mission, obviously they are going to drive this disruption faster and faster. Because some of the things what we talk, there are dark periods. Yes, there are dark periods in one part of the world, but there are bright periods in other part of the world. If your grids are connected, which today 116 countries have come under international solar alliances, they have agreed in principle to transmit the energies across the grid. This is definitely going to change the whole scenario. And it is in the direction of finding solutions for the humanity's problem. And I would say that the more and more such initiatives happen, the more and more you will find acceleration of the energy disruption sector getting disrupted. I think there is another thing which I am noticing across the world, and I think it is coming now to India also, is the industrial sector. I think there were some mentions on steel plants and cement plants and fertilizer. What happens to their carbon emission? Because that itself is 40%. Because a lot is being talked on electricity generation, electrify the transport, but industrial sector, unless it is addressed, this 40% is not going to be addressed that easily. So across the globe, what I see, there are new technologies which are coming, small modular reactor of nuclear technology, which will be specifically addressing this industrial sector, data centers, which also is going to consume a lot of energy. So I think INE must think of policy intervention, because today, if it has to happen at the scale, whether country is equipped to have that large scale implementation of SMRs in the industrial sector. If it is not, what policy changes we need to do? I think INA must think on that. Also, I would like to highlight, because I think there was a lot being talked on the limitations of renewable energy. But I would say that generally one mistake we make, we presume it is going to replace one-on-one the existing. Actually, it doesn't happen that way. Generally, the disruptive technologies, they wipe out incumbent predecessors within few years after they become cost competitive, and basically because it's not one-on-one. If you really see the smartphones, the way they replace landlines, conventional phones, actually the market was completely different. The functionality was completely different. So what we should keep in mind is that it's not one-on-one replace, because if lot of surplus is generated by these renewable when it is available, today it is seen, what do I do to store? But if I use that surplus for transmitting to other area or producing green hydrogen with that free power, actually the whole business model changes. So I think there is a lot is going to happen in this energy sector. As far as lasers are concerned, I think I can't think of any industry where application of lasers is not there. And all of us, we use lasers, whether it is in industry, science and technology, high technology, every sector, health sector, somebody talked diamond industry. In fact, I come from Surat. Entire diamond polishing is completely automated using lasers. But I never knew that all these lasers are imported, because everybody is using. I think there is a need to create more awareness of the lasers in the universities, in the colleges, institutions, make in India, because the way today the Western economies are trying to block China with not giving the high-tech chipsets, semiconductors. I think if India has to be self-sufficient, then there has to be a sort of capability to produce these lasers within the country. And I'm sure INE will take it up, work out some policies for that, because not much of policy was discussed on this, how to do it. I'm sure INE officials will look at it. I wish INE as well as RRCAT all the best. Thank you.
Can I now request Suresh sir to please address the gathering?
Okay, good afternoon to all of you. We have almost come to the end of the 2.5 days program. As all of you are aware, this engineering conclave and valedictory function is essentially to bring out clear-cut recommendations, which you have heard earlier from two coordinators in detail, and also detailed deliberations have been held. But what I'd like to do is, Engineers Conclave is not like any other workshop or conference which is being organized by so many agencies. I want to give you a little genesis and background of Engineering Conclave and how we have been conducting, what is the outcome, so that the people who are participating, you come to know the real impact of organizing this kind of engineering conclave by Indian National Academy of Engineering. I think as President mentioned right in his introductory remarks, that INE has two major objectives apart from many other. One is promoting the engineering and also trying to find the engineering solutions to many of the problems faced by the society and the nation. In fact, this was one of the reasons that way back, if I am correct, in 2012, when Dr. Baldev Raj was the president of INE, we debated quite a lot in the governing council. And at that time, when we discussed what can be done really to make an impact, to find solutions to many of the problems faced by the society, and it was at that time Dr. Goel mentioned that he will come out with a program, you give me some 1 month's time, and he wrote me in, and of course we both really did the brainstorming and come out this concept of engineers conclave. Then question came, all along, although the INE has very big ideas, doing many things, but basically it's a poor academy. They find it very difficult to run the things going. So we came out with the idea, why not we sort of go to one of the big organizations as host, and that is the concept which came. And why we wanted is, one is to make sure that we are able to run these programs very effectively, number one. Number two is, it also gives us a flexibility to come out with the two engineering problems, one faced by the host organization, another by the nation itself. While the host organization comes out with their own problem as one of the major problems on which we can deliberate and take it forward, INE always looking at the gross level of a nation, they will come out with the important problems which can be sort of sorted out. Now, having selected that, the first one we conducted by the help of DRDO, because we were able to really make an impact, and then it was inaugurated at Delhi in 2013. That was the first beginning. And of course, we came out one theme specific to the host organization, one theme very specific to the nation. You may ask why, how you have selected these two themes. Of course, the organizers may know, but many of the audience who are sitting here may not really know. For example, we must really thank DAE as well as RRCAT for hosting this particular convention here. And that's one of the reasons I think it is suggested by them. Being a champion of laser technology in the country itself, I think they came out with the idea of laser technology for emerging engineering challenges. That's how the first topic has come. The second theme came, I think that's again, we have been talking a lot, what would be the country's status by 2047. We should become one of the prominent nations in the world. And of course, the energy is one of the important areas. That's how INE picked up engineering and technology for clean and green India 2047. That is how these two themes have. Now, question is, it's not just only coming out with the recommendations. We have been insisting all along, it should be actionable recommendations. Number one. Number two is, I think it was debated and also told, while you pull all the recommendations, it's also important to prioritize some of the important recommendations, which are very vital, which can be acted upon, which can be sort of referred to the concerned stakeholders or agencies in the country so that it will happen. In fact, we have been doing that, and it's not just being told. I would like to give some examples of what we have done. I don't have time really because we have to catch a flight at 3 o'clock. We have to rush. But nevertheless, I would like to make this point that somewhere in the 2015, again, we conducted similar thing. And one of the themes was, it was done at BARC, Bombay, and Dr. Basu, who is no more now, he was the coordinator, and he did a good job, and we sort of picked up clean coal technology. It was in 2015. Many of you might have really attended from RRCAT also, and came out with the very good recommendations. In fact, several recommendations were there. To tell you what INE has done is, clean coal technology is one of the recommendations. In fact, we went back at that time, Dr. Baldev Raj was there, and I was the president. I requested Dr. Baldev Raj, can you help us to take it forward? What he did was, he organized, I'm telling you because when we refer these recommendations, I think the host organization, you can follow some of these possibilities that can happen. He organized a meeting in Delhi calling the R&D, academia, and all industries with reference to the clean coal technology, and it was a 1.5 days program we organized and came out with the very specific recommendations. We also sort of at that time we involved PSA, who was one of the pioneers in this area. He came, as well as the Secretary DST. At that time, we invited him. They sat through, they listened to us. We came out. Then he said, Secretary DST, you come out with very specific recommendations of how we can take it forward, what has to be done. If funding is needed, we will fund it. And I want to tell you that in order to really proceed, we came out with 6 recommendations. The outcome of the 2015 engineering conclave, and out of which I think 4 of them with peer review have been selected and it has been funded. I'm extremely happy to say that those 4 technologies have matured enough through R&D. You know, this is the power of INEA, what this engineering conclave has done. I want to give that promise to you. It's not just meeting 2.5 days, taking tea and coffee, discussing the recommendations and going back. No, I think we are really looking at it, how to really convert so that we are able to help the society, help the country. In fact, yesterday I was discussing with Professor Sonde, one of the recommendations. He said he has brought it out very clearly. It has matured. Then I told him, why can't you send that information to President INE? We will publicize it. Because this, whatever the outcome which has come because of the efforts of the INE. This is what I would like to mention. Maybe just 1 or 2 more I would like to mention, which is important is, you know, we did in 2017 on engineering education at IIT Madras, because they are the pioneers of engineering education. And Professor Anand was the coordinator, came out with a very good recommendations. And when it was in 2017, it didn't happen. We approached several people. But when the new education policy came, then Dr. Kasturangan, we mentioned that we have very good recommendation on engineering education. He did organize a meeting. We, myself, Professor Indranil Manna and Dr. Goyal, all 3 of us went, made presentations. I'm very happy to say that in the recommendations of the NEP, the engineering, our academy has been included and our names also are there. And it has gone into the recommendations of our INE into the engineering education. And third and important thing is, you know, we sort of realized that regional transport aircrafts with all this Udan freight connecting several places, I think we championed it. In our Indian National Academy of Engineering, we took the help of all who is who in the area of transport aircraft. And then it started in 2015, 2016. But then we organized 2020, a very big workshop, engineering conclave at National Aerospace Laboratory. Not only the engineering academies, then the industries, then academia, as well as the operators who are operating like SpiceJet, Indian Airlines, many others we brought, and we had a separate meeting on that. And in fact, the journey started there. We went on meeting several people, including at the highest level, you know, meeting like Amitabh Khan, meeting like Cabinet Secretary, meeting the Civil Aviation Secretary, and you name it, I think we have met, and particularly we did it, and after that, Professor Indranil Milla has not left any stone unturned to reach. But I'm happy to mention that because of all these continuous efforts, I think 90+ crores was sanctioned to NAL sometime about a year back to create a detailed project report on 90-seater aircraft. That has happened. Project is ready and is yet to be taken up for further discussion. And also, in principle, they have agreed they are going to set up a special purpose vehicle to undertake this development. Of course, we have to still miles to go, but then we are not going to give up. We will certainly take it forward, and one day or the other it will happen. This is just to give an example of how really the impact is being made, the engineers conclave. And coming back to the recommendations, I don't want to repeat anything, but what is more important is, I think very good recommendations have come, and I agree with Dr. Goyal, it has to be transformed into some kind of actionable recommendations, number 1. Number 2, prioritize and take it forward. So I would recommend really to the Professor Shivaji particularly, I think maybe you can set up a team who can really help you in doing this further. You identify a person and we can have what you call online meetings and sharpen it and take it forward, come out with the recommendation. Once it comes, I'm sure that we will submit it to the concerned stakeholder. In this case, you know, all laser related. We will certainly come to Director RRCAT and we will leave it to you. But I can tell you that you take these recommendations with the background of INEA, you are certainly going to go further. Just for example, I want to tell you that, you know, we discussed 2 important points. I think it has come out during the discussion, how we can really reach out to and help each other. For example, it came out, there is a gyro, which Dr. Goel mentioned, which is being developed, which is sort of being produced, which is being used in all our, the launch vehicle and spacecraft activity. Today it's giving very, very accurate results. In fact, we were able to really go to land on Chandrayaan 3. I think laser gyro has come to our rescue, and it's one of the very important. While we have all these technologies, many things are imported. The laser source is not there. I think I mentioned to Director RRCAT, I will go back and trigger them. Maybe you can really join hands. And if not, it may not happen in a day or two. Doesn't matter. We all started like that only. Sometimes it takes 5 years, 10 years. But nevertheless, if we are able to do that, that indigenous helps in a great deal. That is number one. Number two is we also sort of discussed on synergy effects between RRCAT and DRDO laboratories, maybe ISRO also. I think just now the coordinator was mentioning many things are being imported and we need to really put money. I think when we join hands between these kind of big departments, I don't think we will find short of funds or money. I think it's only will. Please make an attempt. INE is there to really give the background help, but I think the action has to be done by the concerned agencies. I think, another area we discussed is how to really enhance the production through the industry, involve industry. You please initiate the action and we are there to support you, but we can't carry out the function because we have a very, very lean and meager academy. As I said, we are thinking big in thinking, but poor in economy. So it's not possible, but we really depend on people like you to enhance our activities, which we have been doing very successfully. So that way, I must really congratulate all the speakers, and also just now President was telling the plenary speakers who came and then gave the plenary talk. Each one of them is really something who is who in the country. And there's that kind of opportunity very rarely we get for a people to get an audience and to hear such eminent personalities to give this kind of special talks. I think it's very enriching for each one of us, and certainly we will assimilate all this, take out the recommendations, go forward and come out with the recommendation, pass on to the stakeholders and come out with the tangible result at the end of the day. With these few words, let me thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity to share some of my thoughts, and if we are able to do that maybe in next 1 year, I think we have done it very successfully. Thank you very much.
Certainly, sir. Thank you. And one last request to Professor Manna to present mementos to the dignitaries on the dais, starting with Sri Rajesh Arya. And then to Professor Chakrabarti. Requesting Sri Manna to present memento to Sri Parab, our guest of honor. Yes. Requesting Professor Manna to present memento to our session chair, Dr. Suresh. Thank you, and let's please stand up and sing the national anthem collectively. Please come forward. Jana Adinayak Jaya He Bharat Bhagya Vidhata Punjab Sindh Gujarat Maratha Dravida Utkala Vanga Vindhya Himachala Yamuna Ganga Uchala Jala Vitaranga Tava Shubha Name Jage तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे Thank you. I request all of us present here to please join for the lunch on the rooftop dining area of this auditorium.